Hey everybody. Hey Kevin, hey Dark. 1 hour early. So daylight saving time started yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. So it seems like I'm 1 hour early, but I'm 1 hour on time. Let's update the today command. Adam should be done with farming for now. He'll start the day off. I think there's just one PR. Yeah, with some organizational stuff, and then move on to making perks for other systems in the game. Yeah. Hits differently. Hey, 3D Extended. Thanks for the resub, Kevin. Happy Monday indeed. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I also put in eye drops before the stream, which is something I constantly complain about in the morning. Yeah, let's get started with some of this. So we're going to do all of this before we do any new coding work. Tenets, I mean, that's pretty quick. That's every Monday. So let's get started with this. Sustainability. This has been going great. I haven't been putting in too much extra time, even though I really want to. Bricklaying, this is also great. I think that making new systems involves a lot of small tasks, and it sometimes feels like they'll never end. But we did both fishing and farming. Breaks, meh. Did I write that last time too? Yeah, still meh. I I think that because I'm not doing too much extra stuff, that this isn't impacting me much, but I should still keep an eye on this. And then successes, I made my first short. This took a lot of activation energy. Yeah. Hey, Mad Walker. Or Walker? I'm not sure exactly. Let me know about the pronunciation of your name. I try to take that seriously. Yeah, so anyway, I think things are going well. And these are the things, the reason we review this every week is because these are the things that are important to me. Breaks, not as much. The thing that's important to me is that I can still do what I'm doing, and breaks are just a means to that end. And I'm not sure how important they are. I've kind of been debating on, there are so many hours per week that you're productive. And then there are so many hours per week that you're like semi-productive, and then everything else is just kind of a waste. If you're not even semi-productive, then you're probably actually causing problems by continuing to work, and maybe not even in the work itself. Maybe all you're doing is burning yourself out, in which case it's a waste for a different reason. Your work might seem fine, and then a week later you're like, I can't do this anymore. So I know that I can work for at least, like, I don't know, 32 hours per week, and then nights and weekends are a big question mark, because how much can I do and not ever descend into burnout? And there's some amount. It's not like it's zero. So that's what I'm struggling with a bit, is trying to figure out what is that number, because I want to do more, but I've learned enough times that I shouldn't do too much more. So anyway, I've been refocusing that energy on personal life stuff. And well, gotcha. I'll write that down. So this weekend I did my taxes. There were some other stupid things we needed to get done. Yeah. Okay, cool. I got this written down now. Thank you. What else was I gonna say? I think that's about it. So yeah, let's mark this as done. Some updates really quickly. Mentoring, I originally had scheduled for Wednesday. M2 had to cancel. I'll leave it to M2 to share why. It's not my news. And that was it as far as sessions go. So we don't have another session scheduled. I'm slowly reaching out to the people who are on the list, because there are two other people who've expressed interest who have retracted from it. And that's totally fine. I don't mind. I want to make sure that when I reach out to people, I'm giving them enough time to answer. and not moving on to the next people yet because I wanted to be like a first come first serve thing. So right now there is one person who will almost certainly do it. Then there are two people who don't want to do it for various reasons. And then one person I reached out to. When I hear back from this last person, I'll probably, I mean, if they say no, I'll probably reach out to two more people. And we only have a total of like 4 people I haven't reached out to. If none of these people end up doing mentoring, I probably just won't do mentoring because there was the big decision of like free versus paid. And unfortunately, if it's going to be paid, there's a minimum amount I'm willing to do this for, right? I'm not going to do it for like $1 per hour. At that point, it might as well be free. And I don't necessarily mind doing free sessions again, but if yeah, it's going to be paid. It's gonna be paid at a level that I actually feel it's worth it. Yeah. So anyway, then the last thing I have here, note to self: only tackle new stuff after tackling what's here under Monday. Yeah. So I want to make sure we've done all of these things. Let me file this bug because this is be very easy. All right, so fix bug with item stacking. And we'll just copy paste this in here. When you get more than one item from an instance, only the first will go into a warehouse, even if there's enough space for all of them. That's probably with item stacking. Yeah. Note, even if you do have item stacking max, only one stack will ever make it into the warehouse. Okay. And then Kevin had mentioned doing this, so I'm gonna assign this to Kevin. This is a bug. I would say this is like medium impact. It's not huge. Most people probably won't even really notice, but they might. Hey Smack, hey Matt. All right, merge PR, that's the next big thing. So let's go do that. And this is quite the nice PR for a couple of reasons. One, it looks good. Two, I definitely don't want to do this stuff. So, it's nice that there's just a PR that we can merge for. So yeah, this is what it'll look like before building the farm. This is what it'll look like after building the farm. I think this is pretty nice. I think, so I know I read through this already. And yeah, this is what the full farm is going to look like, which I think is pretty nice. We've got to do a couple of little things, I think. I should probably just write down egg maker though. Let's figure this out. That is fancy, yeah. And Dark did do a nice job. This. Try doing alternative tiles with 1 pixel offsets on fences. Don't think it looks good. That's just my feeling. I think what looks a little strange here is that the fence goes out and then out again, so that it's actually spanning like 2 columns of this offset. And in the, oh, I only put this on Discord. Anyway, in the like template stuff that they had, they don't make it go like 2 tiles out. It's only ever 1. Now, with that said, I don't think it's like super distracting or anything, but I don't know if we want to do something about that. Let me look at the changes, although I assume these are going to be impenetrable. This surprisingly isn't. How? Oh, because this is in the world thing. I see. This just moves them all by a couple of pixels. Then is this where the new fences exist? I can't actually tell. But if we do this, we should be able to see them. I don't see them. What is going on? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see. It's the rocks that changed. Yeah. This is why these tools are so nice. All right, environment changed. That makes sense. The farm changed. That makes sense. We've got the rocks. Oh, I see. These are put into their own layer now. All right, I'll look through the scenes and everything. Okay. Yeah. I think this should be good. Let's try it out. So this is 828 GHPR checkout 828. All right. And now we just run this. Adam, I ended up buying a Mac. Don't know if you remember me asking all the questions about it. I do remember you talking about it. Yeah, what did you end up getting? Because you were looking to virtualize something for school, if I remember correctly. And I think my advice was talk to your school just to find out. MacBook Pro 16 M4. Is that one of the new ones? MacBook Pro. Because that sounds like it's going to be quite powerful. Yeah, I'm trying to look at their website. Buy. What are they up to? Should be M4. Why don't I don't see it on their site for some reason. What? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Apple M4. Yeah. So this is the new stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that's going to be, yeah, like I said, quite a nice machine. Um, do you know what you're going to do about the virtualization? Because I think just virtualizing Windows should be fine, but I guess you'll find out pretty soon. Think Parallels? Okay, yeah. And then just make sure to check if you get some sort of discount, because I think Parallels is paid software, right? Buy Parallels desktop for Mac. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's paid software. Anyway, you probably get a student discount. Hey, TJ. How you doing, TJ? All right, so we built this. Here is the sign. The sign looks pretty much the same because we had in the middle of this stuff anyway. But once we do this, it should look very different. Yeah. So now here's our farm. I think this stuff looks good. Yeah. Okay. So now we build out the rocks, or like get rid of the rocks, I guess. Oh, and the well. The well should work the exact same way. Yeah, it does. So we clear out one layer of the rocks. And now we can plant things. I should probably turn this on. Grant a bunch of things. Now they can plant in a 3x3 area. Okay. Ooh, that's a problem. Okay, let me write this down. Because one of the things we can do is we can just move the order of the rocks and make it so the rock appears above that. Would that make sense? I mean above visually, not above in the node. Farm. Yeah, if we just move the rocks down there, I think it should be good. Oh, but there are objects too. Then the objects would need to move as well. Okay, well then we can just move the plots node up here. Take a look at that. Hey, Magnetic Bind. It's going well. How are you doing? Good thing is that we don't have to add the entire atlas, so the new image just adds little data. Only the selected tiles and tile set tab create extra data in the resource. Only the new image. The image just adds a little data. I think I see what you're saying, because it's just referring to different nodes in the atlas anyway. Surviving, waiting on insurance, had a microburst hit our area and the west-facing exterior of my home is cooked. Oh man. Let me first, before I respond to this, what is a microburst? A localized column of sinking air can be life-threatening. Is this like a mini tornado? Wow. Yeah, it it's pretty much like a tornado, huh? Man, that sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope insurance plays ball because I've kind of heard both sides of this, not both sides, both outcomes of either it turns into some giant legal battle or just people submit a request and everything's approved. Yeah, I hope that goes smoothly. All right, so we got to test this out. We're just taking a look if the plots look okay. I should probably also grow these and make sure they're still fine. I think they are. All right, so now we build out one of these things. Oops, can't do that. Got it. And then get even more potions here. So now it should show behind this thing. It might be doing that, but I guess it looks a little strange because of how close these things are to one another. Also, it looks like there's 1 pixel missing from that rock. And there too. That might have been in the original graphic, but I'm just surprised that that's even the case. Let me take a look at this. Assets, world, Odyssey, open. What's going on? Why didn't it actually open? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, weird. Why is that 1 pixel seemingly missing? Huh. Is it missing down below too? Because it's the same rock, right? It is. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to fill that in because I think that's a mistake. I mean, I'm not an artist, but it looks a little weird. All right, so we'll fill in the 1 pixel there, and then we'll fill in the 1 pixel over here too. Yeah, I know that didn't actually work. I need to do this. There. I think it's missing pixels because it was imported. There's multiple single tiles. I'll fix that later. No, it's just the individual graphic is missing them. I think this is missing even in the source files. I can go take a look. But I think this is just a problem with the sprite sheet and nothing to do with anything that we worked on. Let me take a look though. Hey, thanks for the raid. Good to see you. I've been bumping into you in every stream I've been in. How everything's going. I saw you had your like multi-stream with Dianara the other day. How did that go? Because I was there for the first like couple minutes, and then unfortunately when you hadn't shown up, I'm like, okay, I should probably go do something else. So I didn't actually get to see it. Just talking to me, no big deal. I wonder how the source file changed for Git. Yeah, this is just not inside the original source that we have here. It's like 2 pixels going into another tile that I probably missed. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. You're saying that the rocks, like, not that one. You're saying that these should maybe be moved? Because we could just offset this. Actually, wait a second. This is also happening, right? Is that part of this problem? Learning more Fmod, fun times. Man, I want to see I want to see the progress. Yeah, I should have probably just stuck around. Oh, interesting. There's animated water under here. I didn't see that until just now. I think that's nice because it's a farm. Well, anyway, for everyone new here, I'm working on a game called Skeleseller, and it is this game that you see. It's a mostly automated game, so there's not much you're directly doing in the game, but you send adventurers into battle. So I'll send a bunch in here, and they'll just automatically fight. And when they win, you get items that you can then sell in your town. So I've got a potion shop over here. And what we were working on last week was farming. So we added in a farm and you can harvest these crops. But there were some like just little map issues pretty much that Darkstorm and Chad has mostly fixed. And we're looking over that now. But I'll talk about it. I'm learning lots from them. Man, I think those are the kinds of things that help people out a lot. Because it's not just, hey, here's a game engine. You could theoretically make a game in it. Or here's an audio engine or anything. Here's any tool. It's, I actually made that thing. And one of the big things that was surprising to me, and I don't remember what the technology was, but Undertale is made in Game Maker, I think. Is that correct? Why is this? Which game engine was Undertale made in? Game Maker Studio, yeah. Which I wouldn't have expected. Not that I've used Game Maker Studio, but I didn't think it could make a game like that. So if you were trying to make a game like Undertale, or you were trying to, whatever, use a tool to make X, and then you saw, hey, this thing is possible, I think that's reassuring. Now, it's always a question of like, how much did they struggle to get that thing done? But yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Also, hey, Thomas. Okay, yeah, so some of these look a little strange. But I think this all just has to do with the graphic originally, yeah. Like, this is the original graphic, and the rocks just get cut off for some reason. I wonder if it's because they expected you to tile this? I think you could offset the rocks 2 layer down. Yeah, I think we need to do that. But like I said, the other weird thing is just the graphic just gets cut off here. And again, this isn't our fault. It's just that's all we had. But there's no way that was intentional, right? Like it doesn't look intentional. I think we need to do something about that, but I'm gonna leave that for now. That must have been happening in even the graphics I was using and I just didn't notice. Put the most obvious damage in Discord. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that later. God, that's gotta be rough. Okay, rocks 2, these ones. So we can move this down a little bit. Position like that. And as long as rocks 3 shows on top of it, I think we should be fine. So let's take a look. Yeah, this separates us by, yeah, I think that's probably pretty good. Okay, so let's plant all this again. We'll just let them come over here and plant some crops. In fact, let's get a bunch of different kinds of crops so we can see everything and maybe get rid of these 2. And, oh, it didn't get the new graphics in. Okay, fine, I'll just save and load. Let's quit this. Let's load it. Okay. Yeah, so stuff is growing. These are now closer to one another. It's no longer intersecting with this, and it should show behind the rock. So I think all that's good. Now let's clear out the next bundle of rocks. And then let's see what this looks like. Yeah, this is all fine. And then let's clear out the final bundle, and that's going to make a bunch of flowers show up over here. It looks so pretty. Look at our nice farm. So that's the only other issue we have here is the extractor is showing up on top of the flower pots. We're probably going to get a different graphic for this, but until we do, let's just move the flower pots in the scene as well. There are decorations, and there's the seed maker. So we'll just put the seed maker up here, and that should fix it. It disappeared. What happened? Do I need to restart this? Save and quit this. Take a look into the tile map tab. If the rocks have like 1 pixel in the corner at those tiles, I might have to re-import them and make them single objects instead. I am not totally sure what you're asking about, but I will try to take a look in a sec. Yeah, okay, so now this shows up behind this. I think that's probably slightly better. The real problem is this is not the final machine, and if it were, we need to make this not blue at the bottom because this was originally made for the fishing pond where it's inside of water, so it makes sense that it's blue. This looks great. Over here, it's in grass and it doesn't look as good. Yeah. Okay. Do you have a good guide to UI for Godot or have any quick pointers? I could give you some quick pointers, but I think I would probably need to hear what exactly you want to know about. And I've got a whole bunch of notes on this stuff in my Godot UI note. So if you want to know pretty much everything I've learned and I don't talk about it here, then you can take a look at these notes. In general, I think like for the absolute basics, use control nodes for UI. That's a very basic thing, or anything that inherits from control. So something like VBox container or a label or a panel container. 2 is to get used to sort of the boilerplate that you end up having. So we have a whole lot of, where can I show you this? Skill tree. We have a whole lot of this going on. There's a control, and then there's a background. So this gray bit in the background here. And then we have, what is this thing? A scroll container, then a VBox container, then a panel container, then a VBox container, then a margin container, then a VBox container. Like this chunk of stuff shows up in a lot of different scenes where it's just a whole bunch of containers there. And they all do different things because the whole point of Godot's UI philosophy is each node should just do pretty much one thing. So like a VBox container is just arrange it vertically. So now if you want margin, too bad, use a margin container. If you want a panel behind all that, too bad, use a panel container. And you can make a control that does all of these things, and you could export that as a scene if you want. And then depending on what you need, use different things. And then I'd probably say set up themes sooner rather than later. Themes control anything that could be in common between 2 different UI elements. So things like a font size, a font color, I don't know, pretty much anything that you can control in the UI. So yeah, imagine a bunch of other things you might control here, like line thickness or something. And the themes that we have in our game, this is like a sort of wooden theme that we have. This is a sort of stone theme that we have. They're not not super distinct and look like stone exactly, but like this is bluish and this is brownish, right? Those are distinct themes, and you don't want this style of button showing up in this kind of UI. So you use different themes for that. When you don't have a theme, they all look like the default Godot buttons, which are kind of like these. And it just becomes a little bit harder to figure out like, okay, was this button supposed to look blue? And in which UIs is it blue? And I think there was one other thing I think I'd want to share about this. What was it? Oh yeah, that's the final thing. And this goes true for pretty much any UI thing you use ever, whether it's for games or whether it's for the web, which is make common components. So you're going to have a button in Godot, but then maybe you want a button supporting right click or something like that. Or maybe you want a button with custom icon. There are lots of these sorts of things you might need in more than one place. So make sure you make components out of them so that you don't end up with like giant scripts. What do the different crops do? The different crops are worth different amounts of food. So there's this little chart here in the perks menu. And the food is what's going to be used to increase your max health. So all that we know right now is more is better, but we don't know what the exact ratio is going to be. So yeah, when you harvest a pumpkin, you get 10 food. And when you harvest a carrot, you get 2. You do not control which crops get planted, but you do control which seeds you can plant via this perk. So basically, every one of these is just raising your expected average food value. Hey, who cares? Hey, Pressel. That is my government surname, yes. Actually, I looked into this again to see could I possibly get the name Adam Learns on Twitch, but I think that door is closed. But I'd love to drop the live from my name. Maybe replace it with Undead. All right, Dark had asked, can you look at the tile map tab and see if rocks have like 1 pixel at the corner of those? All right, let's take a look at that. Tile map tab and look see if the rocks have a pixel at the corner of those. I am not sure what you mean, but that pixel that I was talking about, the one that was right there. Wait, oh, I didn't even save this, did I? Oh my God. Did I open this from the right place? I hope so. Let's just overwrite and see. Yeah, nice, it re-imported. Okay, we got the pixel there. Hey, Ion. Just buy it from the guy. I have no way of reaching out to the guy anymore. So that's why it's a no-go. Also, sorry if my mic was off. This thing wasn't arranged properly. Load game. Okay, so now, oh, we can't do that. We need to see the rocks, and I don't have a saved game with rocks. All right, so those pixels are there. That's good. Yeah, it's just these edges that look a little strange. And again, that's not really our fault, but we should fix it. And everything else I'd say is probably pretty good. All right, let's load again. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. Anything else? Farm.cs level. Set farm level. This is done via loading from a save file, right? Yeah. Okay. This instead of being 3 should probably be farm size dot count -1. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. A former sub. Oh, someone gifted a sub to them. Because I think I talked about this a while ago. And then we tried to get them into the channel maybe. That didn't work. It's hilarious. It is hilarious. Okay, so now we gotta build this out. Build once, no flowers. Build twice, no flowers. And build the third time, and we got flowers. Yeah, save and load. Cool, okay. All right, so what do we do here? This is like add missing pixels for rock graphics. These just didn't exist in the Super Retro World source graphics for some reason. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. I don't know how I checked in all of that. I thought I had clicked it, but I guess not. So then this moves some things around in the scene. Move nodes in farm scene. The rocks needed to be lowered for when you have a 3x3 farm. And what else do we do? The plots and seed maker needed to be, what's the word? Elevated, maybe? Elevated in the scene tree so that they show behind the environment. Yeah. All right, that's just that. And then this is replace hard-coded 3. Okay, cool. All right, I think that's it. I think this is looking pretty good. Yeah, so this looks great. The only thing that I noticed that I couldn't quickly fix is that our rock graphics are missing the left sides of them. This is an issue with Super Retro World. Yeah. Yeah, take care, Em. Thanks again for the raid. Good to see you. I hope you have a good week. Have you tried Codium Autocomplete AI or any other? I'm using Copilot. I haven't tried Codium. I'm pretty happy with Copilot. I gotta take a picture of this in the game, I guess. Oh, I can't look. Wait. Yeah. That's working. I meant to do this, though. Got a little turned around for a second there. All right, I'll just take a picture of this. Oh, actually, the one on the left there needs to be done, too. That. All right, comment. We're still going to merge this. Whoops. Yeah, I think this looks really good. Okay, so now the next task we have to do is the final task before we can get back to coding. I'll just say work on perks after this, which is to get all the art requests that we need. I have been dragging my feet on this, and this is a big mistake, and I wanted to actually devote time for a while now. So, farming perks, all of these. I wonder if I just type this into a Discord message. Problem is I can't get the pictures unless I do this here. Okay, yeah, you know what? I'll do that really fast. Hey, I finally had some time to compile an art request list. All right, so the first one is farming perks, picture 1. And this, oh, interesting. You can't do that. All right, let's do that. So farming perks, picture 1. What are we gonna need for this? So the first one is crop variety, then clearing out the rocks, and then the well. Crop variety. This is what lets you get different kinds of seeds. Currently a grape icon. Then clear rocks. This clears the rocks on your farm. And well water. This fills the well, which makes crops grow faster. Farming perk icons. Okay, next, fishing perk icons. That's here. Picture 2. And these are what exactly? Max fish. Lets your pond hold more fish. Extractor efficiency. What does this do? Get more fish eggs from each potion. And the last one is glowy fish. This lets you find glowy fish. Find fish that glow, which gives you more scales. All right, so definitely those icons for the fishing perks and farming perks. We eventually need these for the enchanter and the slime as well, so maybe we need to design those first. Fisher NPC, yeah, so NPCs, fisher, farmer. These just stand around for now, like the other, like the guild master, enchanter, etc. They probably need blink animations. Well, I assume I can do those. In fact, how hard are blink animations? Let's go take a quick look. Because I'm nearly positive that they're dead simple. And that, I mean, I guess if they're dead simple for me, then they're dead simple for Quickie Joe as well. Where are these? Oh, there they are. Yeah, I could probably do it. But still, I'll just ask. Oh, not hard at all. Cool. Hey, Quickie Joe. And hey, Xanis. Quickie Joe's the person I'm asking for help from. So yeah, Fisher and Farmer. Yeah, good to see you. Zombie with a crown. So this I wanted to explain comes from here. Yeah, let's put a point into that so it looks highlighted. Did that not work? I don't think that works. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so zombie with a crown. Or maybe just the crown. Well, maybe... Yeah, zombie with a crown I think is good. This is for the Witch Doctor's zombie leader skill. Picture 3. Okay, so all of these things are good. Do we have anything else that we need? Oh yeah, that's right. These things. I gotta go take a look because we had this written down somewhere. Yeah, this stuff. Do a follow-up later, making proper rocks. Okay, sounds good. And if you want, we can ask Quickie Joe about that. I don't think it's probably going to be too hard given that we have the right sides of those rocks, so we can probably figure out what the left side should look like. So this is the seed maker. Seed maker and extractor. Both of these take potions, have a lever on them that you can, well, on or near them that you can toggle to make it so that workers automatically bring potions to them. Output something, seeds or eggs, or fish eggs. And what else? Oh, this is my wife's suggestion. I think this is really, really cool. What do you all think of this machine looking like an open fish mouth? Because I think that would be pretty neat. Like it's a machine that looks like a fish. I don't think I can show you a mock-up because I don't think we have anything that's kind of close to it. Would have to see it. Yeah. I think we might have some like fish statue. Hang on, let me see. Fish statue facing upward with open mouth. Is there anything? Yeah, I'm picturing something kind of like this. Like imagine a machine that look like that. But maybe that's not a great idea. I have no idea. That's good. AC time. Is the farm subject to problems such as rabbits? I don't think so. I think that any problem that we give you for the farm, you'd probably want to automate out eventually anyway, to the point where I'm just not certain it would be fun to have the problem and then feel like you overcame it because it would just be clicking one button. But maybe, and this is where we'll do some playtesting and see for sure. The Jaws movie poster. Do this off screen just in case. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Just not a shark. Like Team Rocket's Magikarp submarine. I don't think I've seen this. I guess sort of, although rotated so that it's facing upward. All right, it would be nice to have a light on the machine that indicates whether workers can bring potions to it. That would mean that it's on. We could have an animation showing that it just processed a potion. And we could have an animation or a light indicating that the lever is on. I say could have here. We don't need this stuff to be true. And then I'll take a picture of what we currently have in the game. See picture 4 for what we currently have in the game. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Fish and fish scales. We already got the fish. And Quickie Joe already did those. So it's not like they're not gonna be any different. And I like what they look like right now. The fish scales, I'm not actually sure we even need those. Because if you were to battle here, this is gonna take too long. Okay, there we go. So this is what the fish scales look like right now. I think that's good. They look like fish scales to me. So I think we're probably fine there, but maybe we need a food icon and then like a skill gem icon. So I'm going to hold off on that for now. Let's just stick with what we have. We will probably get a new one at some point, but the reason I want to hold off is because we have food, fish scales, and then something for power and something for skill points. And I don't know what these somethings are. And I just kind of been saying power gems, but like they, yeah, I don't know. They could be a specific object that's not exactly a gem. And like, what is a skill point? I've been saying skill point gems, but maybe it's a book or something. So yeah, let's hold off on that for now. Anything else? Anything else? And I should probably write like these don't have to look distinct, but it may be nice to have fishing/farming themes for them. E.g., the fishing one can be a mechanical fish statue whose mouth takes in the potions. I mean the Chaos Emerald, yeah. So that Sonic can go Super Saiyan and beat Vegeta. Anything else? Warehouse shelves. That's the only thing. Okay. Warehouse shelves. These would be more densely packed than the item displays that we currently use. They would only show in the warehouse, and they need to be able to display items in such a way that you can still easily grab individual ones. E.g., I'm picturing how do we show what I'm picturing? I guess we just make it so that these things show a little closer to one another. Would that even work? Storeroom. Item display functions. Something controls how these things render. Where is that? I thought it might be in here. I don't see it so far. Huh, I actually don't know. Item display padding. Well, wherever we position them, I guess we can just look at that. Oh, num displays per column. Here we go. Number of pixels between displays. That is passed in. And it's right there. And what sets this? this does. Ah, there it is. 32. Okay, let's set this to 0. And just rerun. So this is going to cram all the item displays close to one another, just so I can get a picture of it. Oh. You can't do that. It's got to be at least 16. They're stacked on top of each other right now, and there's one mega item display. That's not what I want. This might look a little weird. Yeah, there. Okay, so now when I grant items, this is picture 5. In picture 5, you can still grab any individual item. You can still see the distinct item. Oh, you know what though? We might have stacked these. We should probably take a picture of that instead. All right, now we click grant items. So maybe there's a little bit of spacing. I'm not sure because that is pretty dense. Picture 5. You can still see where each item starts and stops so that you can hover over them or click to pick up. However, they're maybe a little too densely packed. If you have questions about any of these, feel free to ask. I don't want you to waste your effort by doing something that we may not use. Yeah. Okay, I think that's everything. And I am 36 characters under the limit. All right. All right, cool. Yeah, nice. So I think we are on to the rest of the work that we have to do. And today what I wanted to cover is adding perks for the garbage slime and the enchanter. For those who are unfamiliar, we have a bunch of different perks boards in the game right now. So for example, farming has this one, and this is how you upgrade the farm. And obviously same thing with fishing. So fishing perks, and this is how you upgrade the fishing pond. And then we have town perks for upgrading like adventurers. Oh, I forgot about that one. Item stacking. Drat. Hang on, let me type one more piece of this message. Yeah, one more quick thing. We need an icon for item stacking. It's what lets you stack 2 or 3 items on top of each other. And currently looks like this. There. Okay. Yeah, so that's what perks are. There are 2 questions. One, where do we put the one for the slime? Because the slime is here, but I don't want there to be a perk board right next to them all the time. I guess we could put it down here. I don't know, but yeah, that's a question. What happened there in the warehouse? Oh, I was testing what happens when we densely pack them. I'm gonna undo that now. All right, let's go pull this back in. Okay. Yeah, so this should all be back to normal. Yeah. Let's close out of these things. So slime perks. Where do we put the board? Does it affect the ability for workers to access them? Yes. That's probably another thing I should have said in that message. But if they were all densely packed like that in a rectangle, they wouldn't be able to access the ones internally. So that items just kind of teleport to them. But the way we want to do this eventually, and I just kind of mocked this up poorly, is imagine that, well, you don't really have to imagine. I guess I'll just draw this out. Imagine that we had, let's say, like a display that looked like this. So you have 6 item displays. They're densely packed, but at any given time, the workers can walk around the whole thing to get to any individual display. So as soon as we do something where it's, let's say, like this, where it's like a tic-tac-toe board, now this one is inaccessible, which we could just make that an empty space if we wanted to. But yeah, the whole point of shelving was you have these long rows or long columns that let you access them from either side. Do you plan on using the existing lever? Do you want Quickie Joe to also make one? Reading your message is not clear. Same may happen to Quickie Joe. Yeah, I don't necessarily mind if we use the existing one if it fits. Unfortunately, I can't really edit that message and add too much more text. This doesn't need to be a new graphic. Now I'm over by 3 characters. I'll delete some characters from picture. So let's just pick one. There. Perfect. Edited. You saw this comment, right? Let me see. Yeah, I did see this. I think what I'm picturing is shelving and uniform shelving. And I'm not sure about the tiers thing for this. I think you'll just upgrade the warehouse by getting more of the shelving. All right, so questions. Where does the perks board for the slime go? Yeah, I don't have an answer to this yet. I guess our options are put it, or like make space right next to the slime, put it near the slime, or put it somewhere totally different. I think number 1 is the clearest. Like the slime pretty much needs to be here because this is where items are. They're either up here or they're out of the portal. Oh, and we said we were probably going to change it so that there's no upgrade board anymore. So the warehouse needs a perks board and the vault would too. And so would shops and the enchanter. Yeah, I think the only thing you could do then is put it next to the slime. It's not a big deal. We have this space. Yeah, we pretty much just delete this tree and this tree, move this to the left and put the perks board on the right. Yeah. Yeah, bye tree. We're cutting you down. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think there's another thing we can do. I think it's got to be close. Okay, so the perks board should be placed next to this slime, which probably means rearranging the trees a bit. Okay, that everything else is easy enough in terms of positioning. Like we can put the town perks for the shop here, for the vault back there, for the warehouse back there. It doesn't matter. The enchanter will find space. That's all easy. Now the big question we have is where do we put, or what perks do we have in them? So I've got a bunch of ideas here. And I think the most important ones, some automatic eating. And how should that be framed? When the garbage slime is at full hunger, it can eat an item off the ground on its own. Ski suggested that perhaps a worker could bring it an item to be eaten. Then we need to make sure that only a single worker is doing this. Oakley has suggested you could manifest this as a mini slime that picks up items and feeds it to the main slime. Could also just be like a little vacuum effect. The item just animates in a little slower than normal. I guess you wouldn't be able to stop it. But like imagine this potion just automatically gets sucked into the slime. It would just be for items that are on the ground, right? Yeah. Identical to user casting a spell in terms of average cast time. It's random spell every X seconds. Well, I think this is good. So I think we should do that. Now these other ones are just control how much money they eat. I love the idea of critically eating. It's just so funny and stupid. So yeah, an X% chance that you get extra value doing this. We got to be a little bit careful with this though. But I guess they could offer double the value if they do that. Yeah, I like that idea. All right, what about getting hungrier faster? So another question is, when are you unlocking these perks? You get the town hall in the beginning of the game, and you get the garbage slime in the beginning of the game. I think the perks board for the garbage slime should probably exist once you build the slime. But then a lot of these things are going to be expensive. Maybe they're only shown once you've beaten a boss. Probably they offer more money than the value of the item. Wonder if a perk could make that clearer. There's another thing I'm a little worried about here, which is what happens if the slime becomes like the way to sell items. So right now, this potion's worth 3 gold. If you drag it onto the slime will offer you 4 gold. But then the next one's 4, and then 3, and then 2, 2, 1. So based on this hunger meter, it's offering you less and less. If we're going to have a bunch of upgrades for the slime, I don't want it to be that like, oh, the first 5 potions you put in are worth way more. And then the next ones are worth a little bit more. And then they're worth less maybe. So that at any given time, you're like, oh, I should drag like 7 potions onto this thing. I think that's probably a little too micromanagey. Actually, you know what? This automation thing could be framed as, it's not even just when it's hungry. It auto eats for full value every once in a while. So it would make sense for you to want to drop an item on the ground. No, that wouldn't be good. All right, so far what I'm thinking of is auto eat. I like that. I like critical eats. I think that's funny. Offers a higher minimum amount. I think getting hungrier faster is also interesting. Yeah. And then maybe offering more money in general. How do I feel about that one? We have a perk already in the town hall that is shiny loot, which is that the sales are worth more, not the garbage slime is worth more. So this lets items sort of outpace the garbage slime a little bit. So should the garbage slime have something that will compensate for that? Well, how does hunger work? It's based on a percentage? Where's the value thing? Get scrap price. Here it is. Hunger gauge value. Okay, I think this naturally is a percentage because the max hunger is 100. Yeah. Welcome back. Who cares? Thank you for the resub. Much obliged. And happy 1/3 of a year. Quite the anniversary. Percent chance of pooping out the item as a shiny version. So you're saying it's like a double sale? You feed it to the slime gives you money, then it gives you a shiny version, which is worth even more money? Because I feel like that's sort of accomplished by critical eats. Yeah. Yeah, that was Motobo gifting you a sub. You have no ads now? That could be, oh, I see what you're saying. That could be critical eat, as in it gives you a shiny version of the item. The only thing I'm not totally sold on is you drag an item to the slime and you get an item again. So you have to drag it to the slime again. And in that time, a worker might pick it up. I'll probably, just for ease at first, leave it as just critical eating. The thing I'm kind of wondering about is, should they ever offer more money? And how should hunger affect the sell price? Because right now it's just based on the raw hunger value. It could be a percentage. But if they're hungrier, wait a second, no, wait, what did I say here? They just get hungrier faster. Yeah, so if it takes 40 seconds to fill that entire gauge, now maybe it would take like 20 seconds. But anytime we do that, it's going to make it so that you have more work to do until you get auto eating. I want to change this somehow. I'm just not sure how. And I guess by virtue of getting hungrier faster, they could just offer you more money. Yeah, I think we just start with these 3 perks. So make it so that you have more manual work to do until you unlock auto eating. Then there's synergy between the 3 of these. But until then, them getting hungrier faster is just a manual thing. Anything else? I had some other ideas here, but I don't know if they're any good. There was offering more minimum money. So if you drag like 10 items, instead of getting 10 gold when it's at no hunger, it could give you 20 gold. I don't think that's very interesting. Yeah, I think we just start with these 3. And then let's look at the enchanter as well. The enchanter has a lot more range for this, I feel. We could have you unlock these spells individually. Right now you just start with all 3. We could have it so you only start with 1, and then you unlock the other ones and you get mana regeneration and stuff. Offer a way to sell items you can't because of a supplier buy imbalance, right? It's, yeah, in general, yes. It's not even just that you can't sell them, it's also that you just need quick money. So like this person wants a potion, they're willing to pay 20, but I just want to upgrade something now. So rather than put this over here and wait, I just give it to the slime and there's my 4 gold, and now I go hire the adventurer I wanted or something. Yeah. Okay. I think we should go code these things. Yeah. How's the auto eat gonna work? I think we can just start this as being a vacuum effect. And item slowly moves toward the slime. Like you dropped it off there. This is kind of weird though, because I guess there's some anti-synergy with having a warehouse. Because your slime will never automatically eat stuff if it never shows up on the ground. And you can't drop items on the ground. So you can't be like, oh, here was a potion, let's put this over here. Also, even if you could, that'd be pretty much identical to you just putting it on the slime to begin with. So I guess there's no real reason to do that. Oh, but your adventurers drop stuff on the ground when they go into the portal. That's kind of interesting. Made it so that the absolute hungriest, it offers a lot more. Maybe that would make its intent clearer. The thing I was worried about there is that I do want there to be some automatic eating, and I wanted this to only happen when it was at maximum hunger. Although I guess it could just be on a timer. But then it's possible it eats an item that's worth almost nothing to you, all because an item happened to drop near it. And that would probably be a little annoying. Yeah. Okay, and then what we need to do is rebalance the slime so that, well, I guess just based on these perks. What if there's like a one-use ability that eats all the items on the ground near it, depleting the whole bar? I think what we can do eventually is start having systems interact with one another. So there could be a spell that you unlock at the enchanter that's called like the the I don't know, hungry slime or something like that. And yeah, it causes the slime to just eat every item in your warehouse. That would be kind of funny. It would also totally negate the whole worker movement thing. Or maybe like the slime eats 3 items from your warehouse or something. That could be kind of interesting. I like that idea. Could have a spell that makes the slime eat X items from your warehouse as though it's at max hunger. Is that smart? I don't know if I like that. This is a manual spell to do something that people would want to automate. Maybe you okay, here's something I hadn't thought of. Maybe you do get to the point where all spells are just auto casting themselves. One way to do this could be to upgrade each spell to the point where it gets auto cast every so often. Hey Syntonic, how you doing? Long time no see. Yeah, Kirby slime. Change our slime to be pink. We're gonna do the enchanter next anyway. I think we start with the slime. Yeah, okay. Anyway, let's do this. So first things first, we need a perks board for the slime. I should probably refactor a lot of this code that we have for making perks boards and not just like zip through this task. And I want to put it there, which means I need to rearrange the town a little bit. All right, let's go do that. I think we can get most of this done this morning, except for the auto eat thing. That might be a little bit harder. Oh, and then there's one other thing. We gotta request art for the new icons. Yeah. Fanatic Bind, 5 years. Thank you for the resub. I don't know if you can hear me because possibly what happened is your sub ran out and then the ad reminded you that it ran out and now you're not able to hear what I'm saying. But thank you. Let's make a new branch for this. Oh, it's not really necessary. Get checkout dash B slime perks. Spot on. Spot on. Well, thank you. All right, so town. We got a couple of trees right there. We got to move these trees and then put the slime on the left side, I guess. I liked those trees being there. Man. All right, where are you, trees? There you are. Goodbye, trees. Excited to catch up. I will show you some of the cool new things. You're not watching an ad right now, right? Can you hear me? Yeah, rip trees. So now this is the recycler sign, which is where the recycler goes. And we want to move this to the left. So position, we just say minus 16. And then minus 16 again, because that's not what I meant to do. Or maybe it wipes out the trees that are there. Hey, Nick. Each level of starvation adds more saliva to the slime sprite. Visual representation, what level is that? Maybe it is a saliva slime. Yeah, so anyway, new systems. I'll show these off really fast. I don't know if that's going to look good or bad or what. I like the idea of having trees be there to begin with. Oh, I see. Okay, so we do want this to just have been minus 16. Does that fix this? We have way faster build times, by the way. We're no longer running analyzers on every single build. Okay, yeah. So this is where I wanted this thing to be, and then I want the perks board to be over here. I need to look at how pathing works, but in general, that's good. So yeah, new systems. We added in a fishing pond. You build a pond, and then you have a certain number of max fish you can have. And the way this works is you get an extractor, this device. When you turn this on, your workers will bring potions automatically to this thing. And when there are enough potions brought to it, it'll create more fish in your pond. Then the way that you fish is by battling your pond. And your adventurers will just fight the fish. And when they beat them, they get scales. So I'll speed this up. Fish are pretty durable in this game. All right, there we go. And now when you leave the fight, you get a certain number of fish scales. And then you use the fish scales to upgrade your fortitude permanently. So there's no way to do that in the game yet, but we got to do that. And then the farming system is kind of similar in that there's still that extractor device. It's a seed maker. So now your workers can bring things over here. And when they put them in here, it'll extract seeds and plant them on your farm. When do they run and how do you configure it? There is a single Boolean that we changed, which is this: run analyzers during build in the CS proj file. And we had this set to true. So every single time we built, it would spend like an extra, I don't know, 10 seconds or something running all of our analyzers. So it drastically sped things up to just turn that off and just run them manually. Anyway, the farm slowly grows crops. So you start with only carrots. I can just force these to grow. And when you harvest them, you get some food. Food, like the scales, will just let you upgrade your health. We don't have that in the game yet. And then there's some perks here. So you can get different crop variety. Whoops, let's do that. Different crops can grow. And also we can clear out the rocks on the farm and fill up this well. And that'll make crops grow faster. So now if we bring a bunch of potions here, I'll harvest these too. We'll plant the entire farm basically. So it's nice to see this stuff working. And it's cool that you can check in every once in a while and see how your crops, can you harvest any? We did not add in automatic harvesting yet. I still got to do that at some point. Where's this magic potion, question mark machine when the snake bit the protagonist? But you only would have gotten fish eggs or seeds. Those wouldn't have helped you. You can't put fish eggs on your wounds. Why are they taking so long to bring these here? Oh, because they're also bringing them to the fishing pond because we have the value set super high. Yeah, anyway, yeah, that's all of our crop stuff. I assume that it still runs on release builds though? I don't think so. But I mean, you can configure this to run on commit or just you run it manually. The analyzers rarely catch bugs. They usually catch like little style things or like an import that you shouldn't be importing. Thought there was a knob or something. What is this, Star Trek? No. Yeah, so right now the only way to get these is to manually harvest. And then the other thing, Syntonic, is this. There's now item stacking in the game. So if we fully upgrade that and then grant some items, you can now see stacks. So now instead of workers needing to make 3 trips or 2 trips, we only have stacks up to 3. Then they can now bring all of the potions somewhere at once. And same thing with customers, rather than buying 3 different items, now they can just buy 1 stack of 3. So I like this a lot. I also like that it's more visual than it is just like a number next to it. Almost every RPG has item stacking, but a lot of times it's just like, oh, I have 99 potions. You just see 1 potion. Now you're actually seeing 3 potions, which is also why I don't think I want to make it stack beyond 3. But people who play idle games kind of want to just crank every number up. Don't you have something like sonar cube analyzers or async fixer? I don't think we have the sonar stuff. No, we do have those, but we don't have the async fixer thing. Did that customer really have 300 gold? All customers have an infinite amount of gold, if that's what you're asking. So giving 300 gold for something, I didn't see what exactly happened, but they might have tipped. Because I don't think any item on their own, on its own is worth 300. Yeah, they must have tipped, which means they must have wanted the item. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It could have been this. It might have been Ogre Blood. My bad. Yeah. Yeah, that is totally possible. This is worth 300 and customers will just buy it. Anyway, yeah, I'm pretty happy with everything that's going on here. So now we're going to make the garbage slime perks. Let's go get to that. So the recycler scene. How does this thing get built right now? Create recycler. We don't clear ground beneath them. So we should be able to just modify this scene. What is this orange area? Is that the drop zone? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we need a perks board in here. Bulletin board. And we put this up here and we put it like just the side of this. This might be a bad idea. Because I want to make sure you don't drop an item onto the board and it opens up the boards thing. When is it available on Steam? We have a demo on Steam now, but it's free. We did push back the festival dates. We were in Idler Fest. That was at the beginning of February. And then we were going to be in Next Fest at the end of February. But we made the decision to hold off because there were just so many improvements to the game in that amount of time that I thought we wait another 4 months, there are going to be a lot more improvements. Also, I composed a new music track that's in the game now. I'm not going to play it again because I've already played it a bunch of times, but yeah, that'll cycle through too. So now we have 3 town tracks. We have a title screen track. I probably want to add at least 1 or 2 more town tracks. So we might do a music stream at some point. So let's see if this perks board, oh, it won't have a click handler though, but it should show up. Okay, perfect. Spacing wise, this works great. We have just enough room for the slime and the perks board, and I think this is the right decision. And adventurers can't path there, right? That's weird. Nothing stops. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Yes, something stops them. Good. Okay, good. Fine, I'll check out the free version. You should wait like a month. We want to launch Checkpoint 6, which is going to be the next time that we've got a concerted push for new features. Because that stuff I just showed about farming and fishing, they're not in the game, but well, they're not in the demo. But even if they were, like I said, there's no way to improve your stats. So these systems are just money sinks for no benefit whatsoever. And that's obviously a problem. So the main things I want to get done for Checkpoint 6 are here. Perks for the slime and enchanter. We're starting that today. We'll probably finish that by the end of Wednesday. Then rare items and skill gems. So I mentioned how you can improve your health and your fortitude. I did not mention the other 2 things. Power is going to be improved by quests, which are already in the game, but currently affect all adventurers and also give you health. So they're going to be changed to just give you like some number of power gems. And the power gems are going to affect individual adventurers. So this addresses another thing people have been asking for, which is like, oh, hey, every adventurer levels up at the same time. They all get stats at the same time. So there's no way for me to invest in my rogue. Like I want to just be able to have like a killer party and then some weaklings or something like that. So this will let people customize the adventures. And the other thing you can get will be skill points. Right now you get these by beating bosses. But in the future, you're going to get these from rare drops and battles. And that way, the more battles you do, the more skill points you'll have access to. I'm not sure that system is going to make the most sense, but we'll try it out and see what happens. By the way, the last part of this, and then I'll stop talking about this. One of the problems we have now is because all of your adventurers level up at once, when you get a new adventurer, it comes in at the level of all the old ones. So if you had leveled up to 7, then your paladin is going to be level 7 when it starts, which means it's going to have 6 skill points, which means that when you've just gotten the paladin, now all of a sudden you have to read through these 3 abilities and then all of these as well. And it's just way too much. So we needed to limit how many skill points you get at any given time. And I'm really hoping that that has the effect I want it to have, which is that people aren't cognitively overloaded. Okay, so we got to add a click handler to this, and we got to do it the same way we did for all these other things. So let's go do that. What was the last thing that had a perks board? There it is, bulletin board. Why do we save this? Yeah, we don't need to save this. Bulletin board like that. All right, and then let's put this in the recycler scene. Yeah. Hey, Kesha. Some of us are already overloaded. That's why I don't want to overload you further. Trying to be nice. All right, so we get the bulletin board, which I never gave a unique name. Good, now it has one. And on clicked, yeah, we have an open perks thing here. I guess let's go do that. I want to refactor this because I think this is pretty sucky right now. Well, let's do this for now. And then in the town, when you create the recycler, we'll do opened perks plus equal. Just a hello world type of function for right now. You clicked the slime perks. Yeah, there. Consider having a pause menu with a codex or something that has room for details and explanations. Yeah, I want to do something like that, but I'm wary because I don't think many people will open it. So yeah, I want there to be like a compendium or something in here, and it's got a bunch of details. You know what? You know what would be nice to do if we had metrics built in already, to just put a button that says compendium, and when you hover over it, it says learn more about the game, and then just when you click it, it just says, hey, sorry, we haven't done this, but we want to see how many people are interested. And then what we could find out is how many people actually would even want that feature. And you don't know how many people would click it once and then realize they don't want it afterward. So you'd register it as interest, but they're not really interested. All right, so when I click this, it should say something in the console now, right? That's weird. I think that click, oh wait, there, it worked. I think it doesn't work when you click the left side of it. No, it does work when you click that. Okay, well, the thing I wanted to test then is what happens when you drag an item here. What is going on? That works. Okay, good. It looks like all that's working fine. What happens when we let go over here? Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, you can click in. Oh my God. You can drop it here and it's going to register as a click for the perks board. Yeah. Oh, man. How do you plan to make? Oh, I don't even plan to add analytics to the game. So there's no worry about GDPR compliance. But I was saying it'd be nice if we had them that we could check and see how many people are interested. What do we do about this? I think player held item has something that will stop the event when you drop an item. Stop holding item. This can only work on click, which is what happens here, which sets this as handled. Oh. It's just an ordering problem. Oh, yeah, I think it's just an ordering problem. I don't know what you do about this. Many games have like 2 pause menus, settings, quit, and other typical things, and then more in-game content. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it all depends on how many options you have. Because let's say all you have is like settings and a compendium and quit. I don't think you need 2 menus for that. And I don't know how many things we're going to end up with here, but these 2 things, wish list and provide feedback, won't be here eventually, which will only leave us with back to game, which obviously has to exist, settings, which has to exist, save and load don't really have to, and they could be condensed into icons or something, and then quit obviously needs to exist, and return to title I think is pretty important too. So if we just get rid of these 2 buttons, I think having 1 menu is probably fine, because all that would be different is we'd add in a compendium or something. But we'll see how that works. So how do we stop this? Bulletin board is using what as its input? A clickable area. So this is object picking. And then item displays work the exact same way, presumably. Clickable area. Yeah, they do. How do you figure out the order of these things then? Godot, object picking, or oh, you need to set it, I think. Windy, hey, thanks for the raid. Oh, I was like, why are you raiding at 10 o'clock? But it's because of daylight saving time. Anyway, it was nice to hang out on your stream the other day. I hope you had a good stream today. For those new to this stream, I'm working on a game called Skeleseller, and we just got done with a farming system in the game. And before that, we made a fishing system in the game. And I know you don't even know what kind of game this is if you're new to it, but we added a couple new things. And now what we're doing is we've had this little garbage slime here. This lets you drag items to sell them for money. And we're going to add in a perks board that lets you upgrade this slime. And right now what I'm a little bit stuck on is trying to figure out when I click an item and then click here, it drops it onto the slime, but then also activates the perks board. And I'm not sure how to make it only do one of those things. Yeah, it was funny the other day. Yeah, I was telling my wife about that. Oh, is that a placeholder game? God, I was cracking up. Just playing WoW and hanging out in Wendy's stream. But yeah, shout out to Wendy. How do you do this? It's not even a top object thing, is it? Although I guess we would probably theme it that way and then make the slime be the top thing. Okay, so then I think I do know how to fix this and I just don't want to do it. Yeah, we need to go into, I think, the viewport that holds this. Yeah, this thing. And then turn on picking sort. If true, objects receive mouse picking events sorted by their Z index. Yeah, so we do this. And then we make the slime have a higher Z index than the bulletin board. So this thing's Z index is 0. And this thing's Z index is 0. So if we make this 1, then that should fix the problem, I guess. Hey, Filkier. My brain is expanding. What are you learning? I really should have put in a visual effect for this because right now we just need to look over here. Oh, I can't even do that because I opened this through Godot. Okay, close that then. Definitely should have put in a visual effect. All right, so clear this and then go make the garbage slime. So if we click just this, it should work. If we click here, what happens? Nothing. And if we click the side of this, yeah, so all that's working fine. Now what happens when we drag an item there? To right here. Okay, that worked. Oh, this is risky. What happens if you drag it over here? Yeah. Wait. No, hang on. I don't think that did work. No, it's still activating this. Why is it doing that? Man. All right, let's put some printouts over here. So here, clicked an item destination, marking event handled. Almost through Vulkan programming guidebook. It's been so much nicer having it on paper and to read on the train and stuff. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm kind of torn on reading programming books because I think what I need is to be able to take notes as I'm reading it. So it doesn't necessarily matter if I can program at the same time, but I think I need a computer at least. And I actually don't know. I haven't been on many like trains or subways while trying to use a device. I've mostly been on buses, and that is a no-go for me. I get motion sick within like 10 seconds of looking at my phone on a bus or something like that. It's not like bad motion sickness, it's just a feeling of nausea. But yeah, it's unpleasant to say the least. All right, you click the slime perks. This is what should be happening here. It says that the event is handled. So what's going on here? Can you check if an event is handled? Is that all we need to do? I'm so confused. There's a click event here. But we don't get an actual event. I know there's another setting in the viewport. Where is it? This one, can you see this? Yeah, object picking first only. I think that's probably what I need. Sent to all physics objects in the mouse picking progress. Yeah, what process? What do we turn this on? God, I don't think I like this at all. I never read on the tram, just the train ride. Get more motion sick trying to read anything on the phone rather than the pages as well. Yeah, I don't know the last time I tried reading a physical book while on transit. I assume it would also be bad though. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Okay, so what? Now did we fix it? Problem is this is done at a viewport level. We could put this stuff into its own viewport, but I think that'd be a really bad idea. No, now it's only working for the, oh God. It's only doing this for the perks board now. We can't even click the slime. I don't understand why that's happening. Does this have a Z index? It does. Oh, maybe we can just do that then. Is the board on a higher layer? So this is controlled by Z index, and I set the sprite to have a higher Z index. Oh, which would have worked if this is set to relative. It is. Yeah, I'm not sure why that happened then. This is kind of minor. I could just fix this in a different way. Yeah, it only thinks I'm clicking the perks board right now. There's overlap. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap. I don't get it. Can we set the, what does priority do? Solve colliding when occurring penetration. The higher the priority is, the lower the penetration. Man, you want both to light up? No, what I want to have happen here is there are drop zones for items. So as an example here, I can move this to like, hang on, I can move it to right here. Yeah, so not even quite on the slime, and it'll register that it's still within the area I could drop this. And the same thing should happen from the other side. So there's a tiny bit of overlap, and when overlapping, I want it to go to the slime, but it's not doing that. Let's make this gigantic. Maybe this is just a problem with the visual collision area. Oh, this is off. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm a dummy. I'm modifying the wrong thing. This orange is not this collider. This collider is off and it's blue. Okay, my bad. I think we just need to raise this then. Okay, that should fix that. Oh, so stupid. That doesn't matter. There's a setting in the viewport to make it matter. Oh man, you get motion sick to the point of throwing up. Okay, that hasn't happened for me, thankfully. Still isn't working. Yeah, it just thinks we clicked that. Why is it happening? Do I need to raise this too? Maybe? Yeah, the collider can be invisible, but that was the wrong collider was my problem. Not that it was invisible. It's just that I saw orange and I thought, oh, that's the collider, but there were two colliders. Oh, now we have a different problem. Okay, yeah, that did technically fix that problem while at the same time creating another. So now when we hover over the perks board, it will go to the slime, but it'll only ever go to the slime now. And now we can't click the perks board at all unless we're on like this pixel or farther to the right. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? I think we need to not use object picking, but I don't know how we would even... How would we do that? Yeah, we could lower the overlap. Yeah. Yeah, there are workarounds, but I wonder what would be like a fix for this. So event handling with physics picking, you don't get access to the event to see if it was handled already. But what if we didn't need access to the event? What if there's this set input is handled? Maybe there's the opposite of this, like an is input. Yeah, there it is. Determines whether the current input event has been handled. Input events are not handled until set input is handled has been called. Okay, what if this works? I don't know why they wouldn't do this automatically though. Like this seems like it's not going to be a smart move. It's a clickable area unclicked. All right, I want to do this. I want to say if, how do we check this? Get viewport. Then just return. Hey Core, did you hear? I'm famous. I made it onto TV. Slightly blurred. Is this on Bargain Hunters? Also, are you still sick? Are you feeling better? Can't you just check whether you're holding an item? So I'd like to be able to check whether we're holding an item, but the problem is how events are handled in Godot, and I need to find a way to reconcile this and get it to be handled the way I want them to be handled. So now we need to turn these things off. So now object picking does not have sorting. The z-index shouldn't matter whatsoever, and all we're hoping is that this could possibly return here. So let's set a breakpoint there. I don't know if that can be the case. Well, let's try that out. So if I click here, it should not. Drat. Why? Why would this happen? It's not handled. How dare you say that it's handled? What's marking that as handled then? It's got to be the slime, right? So if I click on the right side, that doesn't happen. It's still happening. It's considered handled then by the picking, I guess? That's confusing. How long are you on TV for, Core? Like, was it like a 10-second clip? One of my cousins was in school at the time, and some, I don't even know what, some like ad agency came by, and they're like, hey, we wanna film this section of the school, and they gave everyone who was in the shot royalty checks. So he made like thousands of dollars by just being at school that day. 0.02 seconds. Did you get money for it? Did they do that same thing that I just mentioned? Or did you have to sign any papers? Gonna have to follow that up, yeah. I mean, they probably won't give you thousands of dollars, but still, royalties would be nice. Why does this think it was handled? Nothing should be marking this as handled. Unless it is just the by very virtue of this thing being clicked. I doubt they'll give me anything. Yeah, they probably won't. Well, actually, I don't know. They might. You really never know with these things. All right, so what's the real problem here? The real problem is that we have two area 2Ds. Area 2Ds only have the clicked event, which is done via physics picking, which has no ordering by default. But that's okay. We can add in the ordering and turn on ordering, but then I can't have the event be marked handled by an object. Oh, hey Tron, can you check if it's a click down or release? So there are events that let us do something like that. Oh my God, wait a second. Hang on. This is input event. Oh, my bad. Okay, I see now. Of course it's marked as handled because I'm doing this here. But if I do this ahead of time, then it wouldn't be marked as handled yet. So now this wouldn't get returned here. I'm not certain this matters because I don't think we. Oh, wait a sec. This is not unhandled input though. This is just input event. So this might actually work. Let's try. I click here, it shouldn't do anything. Yep. And then if I click here, it should break in. No, maybe if I'm only holding an item. It's the correct order. It says clicked an item destination, marking event handled. But then it just says you clicked the slime perks. But I check here if it's handled and it doesn't care. Maybe they're different events. Is there a way to get the event? Get viewport dot. I can't. I don't have autocomplete there. I have to do it through the docs, I guess. Event. There should be a whole bunch of methods. They're not even here. Push event. Where does this come from? Node? No, I don't know where this comes from. Is input handled is inside viewport. Yeah, why did it not show up in the documentation then? Oh, because there's another word event in it. It's input. Oh my god. Okay, returns whether the current input event has been handled. Input events are not handled until a set handle has been called. Usually done as part of input handling methods. Okay, so if we just search for input, we should find a bunch of stuff here. Push input, set as handled, is handled. Handle input, can we disable input? What's this thing do? If true, it'll mark incoming input events as handled by itself. This is not what I want. I was famous at school for the wrong reason. Got stung by a yellow jacket, almost died. During recess, all the kids went out and played while I laid on the beanbag. Teacher gave my ass what's wrong. Knocked out immediately, woke up in the hospital. Wow. Did you this is like an allergy thing, right? Because I was gonna say I know kids who got stung by bees and I think as long as they weren't allergic, it didn't seem like anything like majorly bad happened. Hey, that one guy. I have a question. What coding language or game engine should I use to begin at? Or I want to start my game dev journey. I've got a blog post I did on this here. And in short, I mean, I do suggest reading this because I still stand by this advice. But in short, what I write about here is it doesn't really matter what you pick. Because if you stick with game dev, and it's about programming, but the same thing holds true for game dev. If you stick with it, you're not just going to learn one language. You're going to eventually learn more. You're going to eventually have more that'll let you discern which tools are best for you. So all I think you should really care about at the beginning is just motivation to learn and that you're actually learning. So is it fun? Are you learning things? If those things are true, then don't worry too much about did I pick the best language or did I pick the best game engine? And then after a month or 2 months or 6 months, then maybe you'll have more insight into whether you feel you picked the right thing and you can always change. But the odds of you doing something that's like so critical in that 6 months of learning that now you're just stuck on a game engine that's just so slim that's why I think it doesn't really matter. I guess one way you could get, quote unquote stuck is if you got a job and the job is using a game engine or a language and you obviously don't want to change jobs at that time, let's say. But other than that, yeah, for most hobby projects or something, it's not really going to matter at first. I don't know what to do about this, and I wonder if we should just work around this. It's like they're different events that we have here. Where are we broken in right now? Here, get viewport is input handled. This is false. But it's always false even though we marked it as handled? That's the part I don't understand. All right, let's try this. Once I master it, I'll be making games on Louis. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, because like I said, I think if at any point, like let's say you started doing something that was tried and true for the industry. You're like, okay, I'm going to learn C++, I'm going to learn Unreal Engine. You might hate that process. You might be like, I don't really get C++, or I don't like Unreal, or it's too complex. And then if you stop within 5 days, then it obviously that was the wrong choice. Like it didn't help you on your game dev journey. So whatever works for you, and for some people that's making Minecraft mods. For some people it's making a game from scratch or a simple RPG or something like that. Okay, so input should not be handled here. It is not. And then as soon as I do this, it should be handled. It is. Then we get into this event. Oh, we don't get into that event. Oh, this is on mouse up, so it's a separate event. Oh, this is a totally different problem. Why did we do things that way? I was allergic. I was given an EpiPen after that incident. I don't have it anymore, but I also haven't been stung in 15 years. Man, that always scares me though. If you ever need an EpiPen for something and you don't carry it around, I mean, you don't know for sure that the source of your allergies isn't going to be around at that time. I mean, I'm glad it hasn't been needed so far, but yeah, I'd probably always carry one anyway. A lot of young devs these days actually started making Roblox maps. Yeah, I bet this is more common now that there are games that you can easily mod. Like, what was it? 1998 was the first StarCraft, or 1999? And they had custom maps that you could make. And then Blizzard tried to keep this in their other RTSs that they made afterward. Like Warcraft 3 had a good one, StarCraft 2 had one. But in general, games did not have like just modding built in, like Diablo 2 didn't. And it wasn't until Steam Workshop where I think a lot of even indie devs started caring a little more about that. But yeah, now you could get started on your game dev journey by making whatever, a World of Warcraft add-on or something. I don't know. Unreal Tournament mods. Yeah, I guess there was also, what was that other thing? Gary's mod. I think probably a lot of people got started with that. Okay, so now this makes me wonder, can we just do this? Let's turn this other stuff off. This is going to change the ordering of some things. I think we just need to be consistent that either things happen on mouse down or they happen on mouse up, but there's no like mix between the two. So this is on mouse up. That's how buttons work in the game. Like if I click this, I just mouse down on it. I don't actually know if it did anything. I need to open this. So mouse down doesn't do anything, mouse up does something. Mouse down doesn't do anything, mouse up does something. So now we should hopefully have this working. Ah, there we go. Okay, now what about this? Yeah, nice. Except for now the camera's stuck. Oh, God. Yeah, I think we need to do something like that. We just need to figure out the camera getting stuck now. It was when I clicked here. Yeah, now the camera is stuck down. Clicking item destination, marking that as handled. Why does that happen? Drag. Unhandled input. Mouse button left. It doesn't matter if the mouse is down or up. So on up, this happens. It's gonna be started dragging equals false. This is the camera getting some event, right? Camera got an event. Event as text. All right, never mind. This is gonna take all day. Not because of this, but because there's also other code I want to refactor. I just want to make sure I'm not skipping a bunch of corners doing this. Okay, so if I drag the camera here, we get the left mouse button, we let go. Oh, that should probably say whether it was pressed or released, huh? Okay, I'll just say got left click plus this. Yeah. And then down or up. Perfect. Start by making MapleStory cheats. How did you cheat? Was it through like calls to the server or was it through some client side automation? All right, this is working just fine. Now we click here. Camera gets left click down. Oh my God. There's no easy way to do this. Unhandled input gets called before physics picking. So the camera's always going to get this event before the slime can get it. And the only way we'd kind of fix this is by putting in area 2D over everything, which actually, now that I think about it, I wonder why we didn't do. Would that be smart? So if I left click here, the camera gets that it's down before the slime gets that it's up, I guess. And then the slime marks it as handled. Wait a second, that doesn't make any sense then. This is an input event, it's not a handled. So the slime would need to handle mouse down and mouse up. Oh God. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the best way of doing this is. I mean, one way we can work around this for now, for sure, is just make this input thing smaller and then problem solved. But yeah, that's not the best way of doing things. So what's happening? The camera acts on unhandled input and the slime acts on, I think it's physics picking, but I'm actually not positive. I mean, it seems like it is. Clickable area. This is on input event as well. It's on input event. Is that not a picking thing? God, this is just so confusing. Client-side stuff. Could, for example, just freeze your damage blink timer. I'm surprised. I'm guessing they've probably fixed a lot of that stuff by now. Because as far as I know, MapleStory is still running. I have a friend who recently played through again. Where is input event? Over here. And what does this say on it? Emitted when an input event occurs. Requires input pickable to be true. So this is physics picking. I find this so frustrating. Making stuff clickable is just obnoxious. There's this. Physics picking is at the very end. So, quote unquote, unhandled input is not technically true because physics picking could mark it as handled. And they said they were going to potentially add in another event after physics picking. Did they do that? Hey, Hepta. Stonks for everything or just Salesforce? Oh man. It's crazy down everything. Don't look at Tesla stock. I mean, it shows minus 16%. Let's look at Apple stock. I mean, this isn't crazy down for every stock, I guess, at least. 4% in a week, 6% in a day. What happened? Dare I ask? It's extremely easy to cheat back in the day. Could, for example, just set the gravity of your character, set every monster's movement acceleration. I wonder if there's any sort of secondary economy around MapleStory such that people who cheated this way got real life money somehow. Tariffs, okay, yeah. Wow. Well, guess we'll see what happens. And gets handled after unhandled input. Why don't we make the camera act on physics picking as well? It could just be a, no, that's why not. Could be an area 2D that spans the screen or the world. It counts as clicking the camera. If we do this, we need to sort physics picking. And then I think everything should be fine. There used to be cheat subscriptions. Most famous guy made out like a bandit Visual Basic program. Wow. Yeah, wow. All right, I think I gotta take a break. I think we should put this on hold and come back to it afterward and just shrink the collision areas for now. But eventually this stuff should probably be made consistent. Maybe it makes sense to sort physics picking in the viewport and have the camera act on an area 2D that spans the whole world. And maybe that's a really dumb idea. What else uses unhandled input? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 things use it, but one of them is a debug menu, which I don't care about. And some of this is for keyboard input, which is fine. But yeah, a lot of this is used for other things. All right, I'm going to take a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again, close the game. Close the game. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna hold off on this stuff for now. We're just gonna change this. I'm a little bummed by this. Yeah, I'm a little bummed by this. What are you gonna do? All right, so what do we change here? We move the recycler sign. That part's fine. This should have never been changed, but we'll just leave that for now. The environment change, that's fine too. The recycler scene changed in a lot of ways, and some of them are bad. So this is not needed. This is not needed. Don't need that. Clickable area. What is this doing? I think we get rid of these things too. So we just end up with the bulletin board change. Please tell me that worked. Yeah. Okay, so now we just have the bulletin board. So what is this slime collider used for? I think it's spawning the dialogue. And this one's for the item drop zone. It's labeled item drop zone, so I mean, that's obvious. Here is the bulletin board. The graphics look a little weird on this stuff because of our shader that we have. But as you can see, it's pretty much right next to the hunger meter. So all we really need to do is drag this to the left, which I don't think you can do without also shrinking the, no, you can, never mind. So yeah, that's pretty much the change we would make here. So let's do that, and then let's turn on visible collision shapes and start this. Now we should see a whole bunch of rectangles. Okay, so as far as I can tell, there's no overlap here, but even if there's like a pixel of overlap, I think that's okay. Yeah. All right, well, there, that's that. Now let's get to work. Oh my God. Stupid thing this was. All right, revert that. This we still need. What else do we have here? This is fine. This we just moved out of that. That's also okay. This doesn't need to be here at all. This also doesn't need to be here at all. This shouldn't be here. All right, so we're back down to what we actually need. So we have a million different kinds of perks right now, and they all use pretty much the exact same code, and they should be refactored. Why there's no sub with prime option on mobile? There isn't? Huh. I haven't had prime in forever, so I don't look into these things. So I just thought there was. All right, where do we have perks? Open perks, here it is. And this does toggle farming perks visibility. There's other stuff that we need here, right? Farming perks.init, yeah. We should just be able to keep track of every single perks board that we have. What are they? They're all perks trees. And they're all in their own set of nodes. So I think we should just add them to one mega thing, and then they all get initialized in some way. Yeah, like the overlay visibility controller should just know where they all are. What is this? Skill tree does not inherit from that. That's fine. Oh, they are just controls. What if we put them in the same node? Even there. In the battle panel. Town perks? What's town perks? Perks tree. Okay, so here's what we got. Right now we have town perks, fishing perks, farm perks, skill tree. These inherit from perks tree, and this inherits from like control with the overlay background. But they're all controls at some point. And all we care is that they're all perks things, I guess. What do we do with this? We try showing specific ones. So we need to know which one's the town, which one's the for fishing, for farming, etc. But each individual thing can know what that is. No, maybe not, because you also need to be able to press the key for this, right? Menu to on toggle town perks. This is when you press P. Press town perks button. This is the button. There's some other way of doing this then. Weirdly enough, oh, there it is. It's like, I can't find this, but it's the fourth thing that I hadn't looked at. Yeah, so this is when you press the P key. This is what this corresponds to. And it opens up the perks thing. So we do need to know which specific thing you're trying to open, which means there needs to be a correlation somewhere. There could just be a perks ID. I think that would make sense. Maybe make a perks ID enumeration that you can specify. Yeah, so then our overlay visibility controller thing would just do that. Instead of toggle fishing perks, we'd make something here like public void toggle UI, I guess. In fact, we would just make it a UI ID. That's a kind of a dumb name, but something like this. And then we figure out which one of these things you'd have and then toggle it correctly. We'd probably just store this in a dictionary though. So I'll just write to do store UIs in a dictionary and fetch the right one. Because that would let us get rid of all of these functions that we have. And then we just need a way of figuring out which one's which. So how do we do that? This gets initialized at the very beginning, which means that we need to have fetched all of these. And how do we do this? We initialize this in two different spots. Tisk, tisk, tisk. And then where do we handle the overlay visibility controller? That's in ready, presumably? Yeah. Well, this is without even having loaded anything. The load game does something different for some reason. Yeah, why do we initialize this here? What does initializing this do? Kinda nothing important, right? No, it's not pulling from skills you already have. Something needs to update this then at some point. Where's that happen? Update available skill points? It's not that. Where does this happen? Huh. We get the town in here. Oh, there's an init even one level higher. Loading label, go through each ability data, instantiate a button scene, set button ability. This pulls it from the town. Yeah, it must be. Yep. Okay. So init does set the proper level, which means we need the abilities to have been loaded by then. But they're loaded immediately. Taco Bandit, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Taco, did you sub for many months at a time? Very few people do that. And I don't remember if you were one of the people who did that. You did. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are discounts in September. So probably, I think you'd probably have 2 more months, which will put you at May, I guess. And I'm not saying you have to resubscribe or anything, but if you did resubscribe, it probably makes sense to do it month by month until September and then get like a 30% discount or something. At least I think that's how it worked last year. I usually gift those discounts. Okay, yeah. I mean, up to you, totally. I mean, I think it would also save you money on your own subscription, and I think I get the same amount no matter what. So I guess it all depends on how much do you want to be giving Twitch and Amazon, which if that's, a non-zero amount, then that's totally fine. It's up to you. All right, this is done from ready. So we're initializing these things multiple times then, right? Are we? No, we're not. No, only in start game. We're initializing it once then. Although I don't think there's a problem with initializing it multiple times. And start game is called from the other part of this if statement, yeah. Okay, trying to get a lay of the land here so I can get all this stuff working. So now the next thing I need to do, so we need to make sure you have abilities loaded correctly from the saved game. Oh, you still get a discount? I think the discount is just heftier in September. But yeah, I don't know what the percent difference is. But I think you save extra then. Anyway, like I said, regardless, thank you. It's still nice that people are subscribing and everything. I just want company as I code. So where do we set these things up? Fishing perks. We get this here. So what I'm thinking is we get our overlay visibility controller thing and we just initialize it with whatever this node is. Actually, why can't the overlay visibility controller know about this? Do these go into different parts of the scene? Perks, 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 skill tree, battle panel. Huh, interesting. You know, there's no reason why I can't just know about that itself. Then I think that's what we'll probably do. Oh wait, did I miss your sub 3D extended? Yes, I did. Sorry about that. Welcome back. I don't tend to scroll up through all of the Jump Royale stuff. I do it like very quickly just to see if there's any message I missed, and I didn't scroll up to the very top where the join messages were. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's still a discount. I mean, I think it's good when it's 6 months. 15% discount versus a 25% discount. Because how much does it cost normally for 6 months? Like 36 bucks? So you'd be saving $9 if it were 25% off? Okay, so I think that's the real change we want to do here. Just have overlay, visibility, controller, manage all of this stuff. In fact, why don't we go a step further and just make a UI node handle all of this? Is there a reason why we don't do that? It's already all in its own node. Huh. Get code out of here. We have this thing manage itself. I think we access this from somewhere else though. I'm just trying to think of how we can improve the structure of all these things. UI layer, here it is. All right, what uses this? Auto fight notification. Yeah, sure. Debug, that's fine. That's fine. And then something outside of here uses this stuff. Contextual tip gets added. And these are problematic. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to move all of this out of here and have it manage its own stuff. There's going to be a pretty big change. Yeah. I'm like 99% sure I want to do this. But technically the moving out of this file can happen separately. But no, let's do it now. Okay, so here's what we do. Save branch as scene, go into our scenes, go into UI, and call this something like, I guess it could just be UI.tscn. And it would include pretty much the entire game UI. All right. So that's done. Now we give that a script. We put this in here and capitalize the I in UI. You might not be able to do this because it might complain about namespaces. Yeah, I think it's going to complain about namespaces. Game source scene scripts UI. Maybe it won't. I don't know. All right, so now this thing broke. Oh, because of this. Yeah, I haven't finished this yet. Okay, so all this stuff about UI layer. Where is that? That's just a canvas layer? Why is that even a canvas layer? What is this? It is technically a canvas layer. Okay, sure, that's fine. So then UI inherits from that? Yeah, it does. All right, so this changes to that now. UI is a namespace, but it's used like a type. It's got to be a UI.UI. You could make faces out of this. Like have an O.O. Can convert, yeah, sure. So we store this here, and then we do a whole bunch of stuff over here. All right, there should be like an add at beginning, I guess. Although we could make this an extension on any node. In fact, anywhere we call move child, I guess this would need to be done. Not remove child. I guess we want exactly this. We do this on node 2Ds. Move child here. What is this? It's a control. Control inherits from node, right? Yes, it does. Okay, so we could just add this on a node extension. Do we have node extensions? I don't see one for that. Yeah, I think we would just add a node extension and just say something like move add child at beginning. All right, fine. Node extensions. Node extensions. Does it return anything? Does it need to return anything? None of these use anything that might be returned. I don't even think move child does return something. No, it doesn't. Does it add child? No, also. Okay, so then this can definitely be void. Add child at index. And this is definitely not a thing, right? Like there's no add child overload that. No, I guess it'd just be void, yeah. No, there isn't. And there's move child. Okay, that's fine. All right, so add child at index. We take in a node. We take in the new child. And we take in the index. Und we do. Yeah, I guess that. All right, cool. Actually, these things are null. We should just throw what argument exception dot throw if null. Node, name of node. So now these things can't be null. I actually don't care about this. We can just write an argument out for this param name. Remove this argument, it hides the caller information. Do we not even need that? Okay, cool. All right. We're very slowly making progress here. So now instead of making this a node 2D, which doesn't make any sense, we make it a node, which it already is. So then we don't even need that. We just say add child at index and say 0. And then delete that, and delete that. And then import our extension that we just added. Good. We turned 2 lines of code into 2 lines of code, but the other one's way up at the top of the file. Out of sight, out of mind. This is only one part of the reason why we're doing this stuff, but I think it still is worthwhile. This is a node, yeah. All right, so same deal here. Add child at index 0. Now import. Good. Now none of this stuff matters, right? Because we already added it up there. Yeah. Yeah. Not yeah. Notification container, add child at index. Why doesn't it offer to import it for me, I wonder? It should know that it's in my project somewhere. Node extension is in the right thing, right? Yeah. Okay, anything else? Just this and this. 2 more. Maybe MSV. What about adding a default index so there's no need to pass a 0? I don't really mind having it be explicit. I feel like, yeah, I'm always kind of torn on adding default parameters because I don't know that it makes sense to have it be 0 or for there to be a separate thing that's like add to front. But yeah, it is something we could do for sure. I don't think it's super clear one way or the other what you'd expect to have be the default behavior. And I think we need to look at the function definition to figure that out, that it probably means it shouldn't be default unless you're migrating over code and need it to call the same API. All right, so this is UI layer dot add child. Oh, now it's suggesting it. So this is make sure it doesn't show on top of the game menu. Yeah, I should probably write that over here. Just a thin wrapper over. So you can type it out for me. Nice. Add child and move child. Set this to 0 when you want this to show beneath everything else. E.g., lots of new nodes should not show over. Drat. I thought this would be the best place to write this, but actually I'm not so sure. Yeah, well, we'll see as we do this. We have one more thing we need to modify, which is this. This is add at index 0. We could just keep that comment here. Just make sure this doesn't show on top of the game menu. I do think that this now, this UI layer, should just have a public void add child at like top of scene tree. Yeah. And then this calls add child at index with this and 0. No, not generate. It should be able to import this. What? There we go. But I shouldn't need to call that as a this thing. Oh, I do? Huh, interesting. Okay, and then this is where our comment goes from wherever, any of these. I just can't find any. Seriously? Wow, really? Where are any of the comments that I had? Here it is. Make sure it doesn't show on top of the game menu. All right, so that goes in UI.cs. This goes here. For any nodes that should not show on top of the game menu, you can generically add them to the top of the scene tree. Then we need to use this. So any add child to index calls, which had it set to 0, and we're acting on the UI layer, which I think is only this one, basically. We put this here and this. And that should be pretty much everything. Add. Yeah, thank you. I will go find that. Much obliged. There is a point for you, Royston. Okay. We are slowly making our way through this. We need to finish the rest of the migration to this new node that we had. And I want this stuff to manage everything. Oh, wait, what's this doing? How'd I miss this move child call? What? How did I miss that? Also, how is this finding remove child? I have it set to... No, there we go. Weird. Huh. I don't know how I missed that. UI layer dot add to top of scene tree level up banner. Yeah, great. Okay, that's everything. Get rid of these things now. Whew. Probably shouldn't even call this UI. UI layer, I mean. It should probably just be called UI. Maybe that doesn't matter for right now. What is going on my keyboard? Hang on a second. Something's wrong. The right arrow stopped working. What is going on? Is it working in other programs? Yes. I guess we're restarting VS Code. It's onion in Dutch? Wow, I didn't know that. Hey, Shoe Strikers. Yeah, if you could tone down the hacking, that would be nice, just for a little bit. All right, now it's working again. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I couldn't press the right arrow for some reason. It loaded this up, didn't it? Yeah. So why hasn't this changed colors? I command you to turn yellow. Hey, look, it did it. Listening. So if I name this to UI, does it break everything? No. It's probably a little confusing though. UI layer is probably easier to search for. Although I guess we have this anyway. And it changes for everything else, yeah. Okay, not bad. I am definitely mixing things right now though. So what we've done so far is we have extracted this into its own scene, and now this scene should manage everything that was inside of it. So all this other stuff that we used to get ideally shouldn't be needed. Yeah, UI. We get the tooltip from there, right? Let's take a look at this. Town tooltip. Yeah, drat. This stuff shouldn't be here, pretty much. All right, where do we use this? Display visibility controller. I want that to be in the UI layer. Yeah, well, at least we're doing this at some point, right? So all of these have a player ability level change. Do we need this here? This is needed for this. These are listeners that we get from there. So I think the overlay visibility controller should tell us this, or the UI should tell us this when a player ability level is changed. Yeah. Okay, let's write all this stuff down. So convert to having a UI scene. There should be a single event from that scene that lets us know when you've modified the player ability. I think I am going to check in what I've done so far. But we have a lot of other changes to do, and this environment stuff isn't actually part of it yet. Maybe we check this in too. Yeah. But I changed a bunch of stuff with the scene. Oh no. Oh no. But none of this needed a change, right? Yeah, probably not. You know what we should probably do before I keep moving is see if this actually works. So let's try running this. What keyboard do I use? This is a Corn keyboard. Corne. And it is quite nice. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Canvas layer. Oh, this was exported, which now means it needs to be exported differently. Which means I do need to open the town and change this. Where's player? Oh, it's not even there. Oh, no, it's right there. There we go. Okay, so assign this to here. And by saving that, I'm assuming that it broke that layout line, making it 1920 by 1080. All right, now what's this? Fade rectangle. Tries getting made in scene transition, but this isn't set. This is node where fade happens. This is very likely the UI where this used to be set, and now it's set to nothing. This is main? No, not main. It's town? Not town. Town scene. No, probably town. I just missed it, didn't I? I can't tell. All right, let's just search for it. Scene transition. Town does have a scene transition. Why can't I find it? Let's just search for a scene. Ah, there it is. Wow. Why can't I see it in... Oh, it's way at the bottom. Did I just not scroll down far enough? I could have sworn I wasn't seeing that. Maybe I was blocking it. All right, what was this pointing at the UI? Scene transition. Ext resource equals, where is it? Here. XFP. This was set to... Oh no, it's set to UI. Yeah. Great. Okay. So that should still be set to UI. Okay, let's keep trying it. I can't imagine there are that many more things that pointed to the UI. There are only like 5 nodes. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. The battle panel doesn't exist because I can't pull it from the scene now. Oh boy. Okay, how do we want to do this? I mean, we could just make this UI.getNode for now. We're going to need to do that for every other thing though. Like the in-game menu is now going to fail, right? Yep. And presumably all of these other things too. This indicates that this shouldn't even be in this class. So tooltip, same thing. None of those need to be changed. None of those. Probably this needs to be changed. And then the dialogger, where is that? Is that in this new UI node? Yep. What's going on? Something weird is happening. That took a very long time. There are probably others. I can't imagine we just got everything. But let's try it nonetheless. What did I don't even remember what I said there. Or what the context was. I am fully on autopilot right now. All right, so town perks now are not set. Yeah, that's all of this stuff. I'm gonna be so happy to have this be changed though. It's gonna be great. Move code out of town into the new UI scene. Available buildings menu, yeah, even this stuff. So stupid. So stupid. I see. Is this Critical Role? Because I have not watched them. Right now, the notifier doesn't exist. I mean, we'll eventually solve all of these. There are only so many errors you can have. There's an upward limit of about 30,000, but more realistically, it's going to be like 2. Yeah, no, we're done. All right, so does everything work? Yep. Oh, interesting. Something I just realized is this gets disabled because it pops up a dialogue. Interesting. Okay, so now we have to unlock the town hall. Yeah, it looks like we're good. That's intense. Can you go back to a normal keyboard? Yeah, I use a regular, like anyone would just say it's a regular keyboard when I'm gaming. And then I use a laptop every once in a while. Both of those, there are two things that are different about this keyboard. This keyboard is split, has kind of fewer keys, but then also I'm on a Colmac layout. So instead of typing QWERTY, I type QuiffPib. And that on its own, if you had two exact copies of the same keyboard and one was on Colmac and one was on QWERTY, like yeah, you'd be confused at first when you start typing on it. But then once you realize what layout you're in, it's pretty natural. Now that said, I'm not on an exact copy. And I still do go on autopilot sometimes and then type things weirdly. Like my middle finger, my left middle finger is on the S key, but on a QWERTY keyboard, it's on D, I'm pretty sure. And it's confusing for a lot of reasons. If you're ever gaming, then you need to just change layouts or change your keybinds. But yeah, if you're ever just not paying attention, you try doing like Control S or something and you end up duplicating a line or deleting a line. It's generally not too bad though. All right, so we've changed all this around. Let's check in just the environment changes for now. This is to add the perks board, but it's not connected to anything. This cannot be checked in. And we need to make sure that we don't even keep this open. What's the reason behind not being QWERTY? In short, it was curiosity at seeing what it was like to switch keyboard layouts because it was something I always wanted to try. And in the end, the reason I'm still on Colmac is that my hands do move less. But I think I'm a little bit slower than I was on QWERTY, and I never really had hand pain to begin with. I assume that this is healthier for my hands. Just generally less hand movement should probably be healthier. And the whole point of something like Colmac, or really any keyboard layout you switch to from QWERTY, is that you have less finger travel or more accuracy. So the home row of Colmac looks like this. The home row of QWERTY looks like this. A, S, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, semicolon, I think. If I'm not mistaken. And you can see a big difference if you use English primarily, like, wow, look, those are pretty much the most common English letters, right? So now if you want to type something like, I don't know, stars, like you don't even need to move your hand off the home row. And you can do things like rolling bigrams. So ST is pretty common and you can type it really quickly and without really moving your fingers. Anyway, that's at least the theory behind Colmac. I don't know for sure that it's going to be a good long-term change, but I'm committed now, I guess. All right, none of this stuff is going to get moved out yet. This is moving the sign. That's good. This is adding a bulletin board here and changing the collision shape. We're saying it's fine for now. UI stuff we're not going to change. These extensions we don't care about. The farm itself just got a different bulletin board setup, which I'm going to check in, I guess. Oh, the fishing thing probably does the same. Okay, fine. We shouldn't do that yet. Now we need one tiny line of code from here, which is, where is it? Here it is. Anything else? That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so add bulletin board to the slime. The board doesn't do anything yet. I had to decrease the drop zone collision area for the slime so that you wouldn't click the bulletin board while holding an item and activate the perks. That's technically a problem with our input handling, but it's not worth fixing right now. Okay. Hey Finn, I thank Motoboat for the gift sub. I guess they're not here, so I'll just say hey. Yeah, I'll have to store up these thanks. But yeah, how's it going? I will save yours, and then I think Oppressal also said something. Yeah. I can't copy this for some reason. There we go. Delete that. There and there. Okay, yeah, I'll save these for Motoboat and I'll share them later. Share with Motoboat. Yeah, welcome in though. Do you think coding with a steno keyboard would be feasible? I don't know. I think the whole point of steno keyboards is to chord, human languages like English. And I don't know what it'd be like for coding. I think people do it. And typing something like the word function or typing out, I don't know, something like if, has, whatever. The words are probably fine to type, but then the syntax, I'm guessing you use some helper program that maybe massages into the right syntax. So yeah, I'm not sure. I would love to learn steno at some point. I think it'd be great. But from just switching to Colmac, I realized that it took me probably like 2 years to get to the maybe the 95% of what QWERTY was at in terms of efficiency, maybe accuracy. And steno is supposed to take 2 years of like quite a lot of involvement. And then, I mean, at some point it probably shouldn't take 2 years for you to surpass your QWERTY typing speed, because I think steno you should be much faster. Common lurker, loving the progress. Thanks, Finn. Can you still type on QWERTY? Yeah, I can. Although I feel like I'm not typing as formally anymore. I'm just kind of using whatever fingers I feel like. All right, the thing I wanted to do is look at how we're getting the bulletin board here. Is this the same deal? Yeah, it is. All right, then let's get rid of that and let's change this to here and this. There. And then we'll check in these things as stop saving a bulletin board we don't actually need. In fact, there might be one other spot where this is done. Yeah, apparently the tavern. Do we do the same pattern over here? Yes, we do. All right, well then just delete it. It's one line of code, but more importantly, it's just something that's not being saved for no reason. Actually, it's technically 2 lines of code. All right, so we're going to check in those 3 things, fishing pond and tavern. Just make sure these are all the same. Yep. Okay, cool. Stop storing bulletin board as a in class. I'll just say that. Classes. And we'll run this really fast too. Great. Now technically we should build the fishing pond and the farm and the tavern and make sure all their boards still work. Yep. Oh, that board is for the, oh, we got to change that too. That's for quests, not for perks. All right, now back to all the UI changes. Hooray. Let's go do that. So in UI, no, not there. In this thing. We don't want to save this anymore, but I think I do want that eventually. All right. So we save all of this stuff. The town scene got smaller. The town code didn't really change yet. And we're doing this in stages. Really adding this on its own should probably have been stage 1, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Yeah, so much of this changed. All right, well, we'll get there. We will get there. Extract UI into its own scene. I mostly only did the TSCN side of things and not the code side yet. This will eventually clean up the town scene and code quite a lot. As part of this change, I introduced node extensions, which just has one function for now. All right, that's good. Okay, now for the tougher part, which is moving all of that code outside of town. Yeah, all right, let's get started. Pretty much anywhere we see UI dot, we're gonna need to change. The problem is that the town accesses this stuff. How does it access skill tree? We create a shop. This on close sets visibility to false, really? That in itself should move. Also initialize it. Interesting. Interesting indeed. By the end of this, I know this is already a mega class, and it really shouldn't be. And this is the kind of stuff we should have been doing already. But it's a 1921 lines. By the end of this refactoring, we should probably have cut out at least 100 lines from this, I bet. So here, what we want to do is UI.init this. Now we go generate that method. We'll store off the town, maybe. I'm not sure if we really need to do that. I'll save it anyway, just in case. And then here, save that, change this to public. All right, skill tree. Why do we hold off on initializing this anyway? Set up skill tree. This is done after a bunch of stuff. Does it rely on something else? It relies on all the other perks. Okay. This is going to take another hour at least. We have a lot of unraveling to do. It's straightforward enough. It's going to be a little tedious. All right, so this gets called after we set up all the other things. We need to do this in the right order now. So set up skill tree in itself can be moved to the UI. This can't initialize like this now. It needs to initialize with the town. We need to save off the skill tree and then make this be public over there. And hopefully nothing else ever needing to access this. And then in ready, we get that skill tree. Yep. This should not be up here. This should be down here somewhere. Yeah. Good. All right. We made some progress there. The overlay visibility controller needs to move entirely. That's going to be fun. In fact, is any of this even needed from here anymore? Setup menu. Town hall needs to toggle the visibility. Okay, those definitely need to move. I sounded like a Minecraft villager just then. What a great impression I didn't mean to do. Okay, these get initialized with everything. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. This is going to be fun. Setup skill tree isn't needed anymore. Are we calling that from over here? We better be. We're not. We used to call it from ready, but now I don't think it can work without the town. Yeah. So we have to do that from over here. Okay, so there are going to be a bunch of broken lines over here about the overlay visibility controller, but ideally it's just with that in this file. Yep, no. Skill tree unlock. This is done when you create the shop. This is actually done when you complete the tutorial, right? No, but you only complete the tutorial when you get an item. Oh God, do I have the game open still? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, oh, I can't. I have it forced to skip the tutorial. Oh, so there's no way to start and see the tutorial. And now I just broke everything. All right, that's fine though. We saved old checkpoints. We can just load up one of those. Give me 1 sec. Game out. All right, checkpoint 5. Let's load that up. Is this going to try to load from settings and then fail? It probably will. No, it didn't. Okay, so new game. So we don't have any menus. If I click look around, the buildings menu should show up. We're going to just skip through all of this stuff super fast. There's no way to speed this. Wow, this changed a lot. There's no way to speed this up now. We don't have cheats in this. We just got to wait for this. Hey, Chris, it's going pretty well. How you doing? Happy Monday. I was waiting for this to get done. Okay, so here's what used to happen. What used to happen is as soon as you built this, it would give you the adventurers menu, I guess. So I click build, and yeah, adventurers pops up. What I'm proposing is, what if this only showed up when you brought an item here? Oh, that's when higher adventurer shows up. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Okay, sounds nice. All right, so instead of skill tree unlock, we have the tutorial complete, right? Where's that? On complete tutorial that invoke, yes. But the adventurers menu needs to show up. And we have a skip tutorial. Skip tutorial needs to, oh, it calls mark complete. Well. Then that'll help. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we can get rid of this then. We just got to make sure this shows up when you launch the game. So how does that work? Load from save data. Does it mark the tutorial complete? Tutorial? I don't even know if I said that correctly. Does it? I don't see this. Oh, it has to be complete. But it doesn't run. It won't run this code anymore because we don't call create shop, or it's not create shop that's going to trigger this. Oh, what does that mean then? That the town menu needs to do something certain here? Game settings menu. Do we do anything with the town menu here? Town menu, no. Wait, what shows the adventurers button then? Whatever does that needs to do this. Create shop. Mark tutorial complete. In-game menu, set save to town menu. Update higher adventurer button button visibility. Is this just based on whether you completed this? Has completed tutorial. So this must be done when you load from a save file. Yes, there it is. Okay. Well then, I need this to be more than just the higher button, and it also needs to be for the adventurer button. So do we have anything like that? Update adventurer button? No, we don't. Okay, so then we'll just rename this. Update adventurer buttons visibility. And then what this will do, as long as higher is visible, adventurers should also be visible. That is not true. Yeah, that is not true. And it's not called adventurers. It's called what? Skill tree? Yeah. So this is going to be visible as long as you've completed the tutorial. Perfect. Okay, then we're done, I think. And we can delete the skill tree. Oh, there's an unlock. There's an unlock call here. Oh, woe is me. Okay, we gotta get this working too. Wait, what's this? There's an unlock skill tree thing right here. What? What? Oh no. Okay, well, this should probably go away. And then this probably has no reason to ever exist anywhere. Because I'm guessing nothing else calls this. No, nothing else does call this. So I guess we just delete this. And toggle skill tree button dot visible is here. Yeah, so that part's fine. We delete this too. So something still needs to call this line. Is it something that's idempotent? Can we call this many times? Unlock. Yeah, it's just sets it to true. Okay, that should be easy. When we load from a save file, does it know to unlock this? Yes. Well, well, well. Hey, Dorisville. Welcome in. Wait, why is it even here? What? This this is this is strange. When you load from a save file, this is oh wait, this is skill table unlocked. Oh, the skill tree being unlocked is as soon as you create a shop. Okay, my bad. All right, so how do we want to do this? We want to unlock. Oh, okay. I'm starting to get this. Somewhere we have a UI toggle skill tree. This thing. Where is this? Overlay visibility controller. This should only be possible if the button is visible. And this doesn't know that the button is visible. Man, I'd love to just store the visibility, or sorry, whether this thing is unlocked based on the visibility of this button, but that's not really a smart move. So yeah, we still need something to call this unlock, and that means that when we load from a save file, we know for sure this has to be unlocked. Yeah, as unlocked equals true. All right, now we fix this. So the skill tree gets the town. Yes. And it doesn't have anything about completing the tutorial. So we need to add that here. Completed on complete tutorial, yeah. This plus equal on complete tutorial. This is unlock, which is not gonna be called from anywhere, right? Yeah, we just call that here. Done. Delete. Whoops, not that. Delete that. I only deleted the line I wanted to, right? Yeah, good. And then this was for the other unlock, yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that's good. But before we can test that, we need to fix these other problems here too. And we haven't even finished the skill tree stuff, which has like 3 other calls to it. Isn't that fun? All right, so what's this? Grant most things. Debug unlock skill table. Where's that? Set skill table unlock true. What else do we need to do? There's a whole bunch of debug stuff in here. Update all skill buttons. Set ability levels. Town perks. Town perks are going to be saved elsewhere, right? Yeah. Okay, let's do this then. Let's call into UI.debug grant most thing. Thanks, Dorisabel. Said your name wrong. All right, now we need to go make that method. This is going to be public. We're going to put this code into here. This won't even exist yet. This is going to be broken for at least an hour. So now the skill tree needs that inside of this. Good. Public should come over private. Whoops. Okay. Now, how many more references to skill tree do we have? 2. Are these going to be hard to do or no? Player ability changed level. Update selected character. What calls this? What? Nothing calls this? That's not possible. Oh, I see. Oh my god. This is only ever called now from the UI, so this should probably exist in the UI. Reapply ability effects and on level changed. Okay, yeah. Just got here so I don't see the whole picture, but could you make it static and use an instance? I think you're talking about potentially making a singleton out of this, and you can, but I generally try to avoid singletons where possible. If you ever end up with multiple of those things, it's hard to unwind your concerns, and it also makes it harder to test the code. And not that we have really any automated tests, but we're going to add them at some point. Well, I'll say this. We'll add them if the game is successful, and then we have a reason to test our code. And testing singletons is a lot harder too, because it's harder to extract where the dependencies are in a class and then replace it with a mocked version of that thing. So yeah, I do try to avoid it where possible. All right, we're slowly unraveling this. Now we have one more reference to the skill tree, and it's here on quest completed. Where is this? This is when the tavern completes a quest, and we need to update the skill tree. The skill tree could listen for that, but it's not going to have access to the tavern. So the quest would need to get emitted from the town. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Not the smartest thing though. What does this do? It needs to update after updating stats. Yeah, I guess so. All right, well, let's go do that. We don't really care about anything else from this, I guess. So yeah, sure. So we'll call this quest completed. Actually, maybe we should always start it with the verb completed quest. And then in this function, we invoke this. And then in the UI, oh, that didn't work. What? Why did I have to press enter twice? In the UI, we listen for it here. So this is going to be town.completed quest plus equal on complete quest. And that's where we're going to update this thing. Yeah. This didn't need anything else, did it? No. Yeah, good. Okay. Still lots of red. I know there's a lot we need to unravel still, but I think we're looking a little better there. So now town should have no references to skill tree anymore. That was step one. And yes, we've accomplished step one. Step two is to move overlay visibility controller into the UI, which means moving every single perk thing into the UI, which is going to be a task. Yeah, let's do that. Nods proudly. Thank you. I'm trying to take the feedback into account. All right, so let's get this thing working. We're loading this thing. This doesn't have reference to all the other kinds of perks. And we're going to need to move those out of here as well. Yeah, how many references do we have to it? One, that's the easiest one. Two, that's easy. Oh, is that it? Oh, then we'll just do this now. Well, where else is this reference? Because it's public. Only from the menu. And the menu only uses it to see if you can afford a skill. And we'd have to get this from the UI instead. And only for the sake of this one thing. Is this nullable? No. Which means it always exists. And it's just not visible all the time. So then we could pull this from the UI and just save it here. I think that'd be more reasonable. But then it needs to be public over here. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's put this over there. All right, now in town menu, we have some kind of init, right? Yeah, here. No, that's not it. There it is. All right, let's just save off. What do we use the town for? What do we use this for? Available buildings menu. Money, battle panel. There's so much. There's so much to change. Yeah, well, I guess let's just access this from the UI then. Let's not worry about changing too much at first. We can always clean this up at the end. There's gonna be like 4,000 lines of code. Won't be that much. Okay, we're done with one of those. Now we put this into ready over here. Good. Town perks equals that. And then there should be an init for that as well. Yeah, here it is. It's in start game. So this doesn't happen in load game. Why does that feel wrong? It does happen in load game. Well, that still feels wrong. So we're going to make this happen from one place, and it's going to be init. Yeah. And now instead of getting initialized like that, it gets initialized like that. Okay. We are done with the town perks now. Good. What is next in this thing? Fishing perks. Okay, fishing perks is easy, then it means farming perks will also be easy. So fishing perks get declared, initialized through our code 2 and through Godot. And then there's just this one thing. Yeah, and what is this one thing? This is when you open the perks. That comes from fishing pond itself. So how should this work? You click the pond, it tells the town tells the overlay visibility controller. We otherwise don't know that there even is a pond. So we can't just have the overlay visibility controller connect to the town, but it could listen for when you build the fishing pond. There is this, unlocked fishing pond, yeah. Well. What is this used for? Instance map. Oh, then we don't use that for the farm, do we? Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. We listen for this inside of the overlay visibility controller. It stores the fishing pond. It listens to the signal that you open perks and then toggles the perk here. What does the underscore and overlay mean? It means it's a private variable. It's a C# convention. Yeah. Here, I guess. I can never find this. Yeah, identifiers must start with an underscore. I don't even think this is. Anyway, I never know where the right article to link to is, but yeah, it's in there somewhere. Here it is, C# coding conventions. They don't even mention it in here. Yeah, anyway, anything that you see like that means that it's private. And that way you can tell at a glance. But welcome in, Race. Okay, so what I said, I think makes sense. We need to go do that. This needs to listen to the fishing pond. It doesn't even get the town in here. So that's fun. Let's get that. Private town equals null, exclamation mark. And then in here, we initialize it with the town, I guess, so that we can access this thing. Town equals town. And then we listen here for fishing pond unlocked. Unlocked fishing pond. Okay, so now in this is where we can listen for this thing, and this can just toggle it itself. And that is wonderful. Why does this not work? Oh, great. All right, done. We delete this. And now we get rid of the fishing perk stuff. Yeah, so this can move over here. And same thing with anything else that used it. This can go into ready. We don't need it to be on UI. And the last thing is initializing it was in start game and in load game. Yeah, the load game one can go away. Okay, one more down, like 7 more to go, but we're making progress. So let's keep going. Only C# has this. It's just a convention. So another convention could be that you start all your variables with like variable name and then you call it something like, numfish. Any language could make its own conventions for things. They're not always going to be valid. Like in C#, you can't start a variable name with a parenthesis, for example. You can't, this is not a valid variable name. So that's an invalid convention. But yeah, since they're just conventions, anything can do it. You might be I'm just going to answer this, but let's say you're confused about the word convention. It's not a requirement. So for example, a requirement in C# is that a variable starts with a letter or I think an underscore. I don't think there's anything else you can start with. So this is not a valid variable name, but this is. And a convention is just something that you should follow. And the reasons why are set out by whoever made the convention. And if you agree with them, then yeah, follow the convention. And JS use ladder const, and without specifier, it's global. Yeah. So it's slightly different because in JavaScript, you don't have visibility modifiers. There is no concept of a class that has a private variable. What you do in JavaScript is you capture it in a closure and then make sure that that's not accessible outside of the class, but that's not a private variable. That's just something that's not visible outside. In C#, you do have visibility modifiers. You have public, protected, private, internal, and probably something else I'm forgetting. And these will actually control at build time whether a variable can be accessed in a certain way. What you're talking about is actually the scoping rules. So const and let are both block scoping keywords. And if you don't have one of those, it makes it global. And yeah, underscore doesn't make it private. There are, I think there's at least one language that does happen. Like it's private when you put an underscore in front of it. But yeah, C# is not one of those languages. So you still need to write private when making a new variable. Yeah, so that's for visibility modifiers. You'll see every variable has something like public before it, or should see some protecteds here. Yeah, protected, private. Okay, so farming perks is next. And if I'm not mistaken, we use this in practically all the same ways, except that we don't have... Oh, wait, what? What toggles farming perks? Why are those not here? Oh, are those moved over to here already? Uh-oh, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Where's this line? Something needs to call this. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. Yeah, we have no unlocked farm. There's many conventions as there are developers. Man, one of my favorite like joke coding things, which I don't even know how to find. JavaScript, like semicolon. No, I don't know where I'd even find this. But it was something like you'd have statements like if, who, bar. They lined everything up on the right side, regardless of how long the line was. And it was a whole blog post of these, I thought, or like many different dumb conventional styles that people have. Yeah, I generally don't mess too much with the conventions. I don't like this style of curly braces, but like that's the C# way of doing things, so fine. I normally like putting them like this. I think this looks a little nicer to me. But yeah, I'm not too picky about it. As long as it doesn't get in the way of coding, and it doesn't. Now, one tiny problem I have as a streamer is I try to keep my font size large enough for people to be able to read this, and sometimes I do want to make it smaller. So by having just a line that only has a curly brace on it, it is making it so that you can't see as much of the code. So that's a little unfortunate, but it's not a big deal. All right, so let's get to work on this. What do we call it? Farming perks. Yeah. Let's put this in here. And get this thing ready. Why is this lagging? Really? All right, I will manually navigate to the function myself. and then probably reload VS Code. This happens from init. More happens from here, we don't care about. All right, let's reload this. Is this you're talking about? Oh, wait, this better not autoplay. No, I don't think so. It was some just like joke tweet, and there were a bunch of tweets. The WAT talk is about just peculiarities in JavaScript. Although maybe it's a slide in there, I don't remember. Okay, we fixed that. And we fixed this. So here's where we got to go add in a new thing. We have an unlocked fishing pond. Yeah, we need an unlocked farm. And then where we try to load toggle farm visibility, this needs to be done the same way we did elsewhere. So unlocked farm invoke. We need to make sure that thing is set. It is. And then the overlay visibility controller needs to handle this. Just like we did over here. Unlocked farm. It should know that I want to change this. Yeah, good. Okay, what's next? We have two more problems in here, but we still have a problem over here, right? Skill tree and battle panel. Oh no, skill tree I fixed. Battle panel I didn't. All right, what's going on with this? We got 15 references here. Shows instance party. What does that do? I don't feel like putting my other hand on the keyboard, so I'm going to use the mouse for my keyboard. Shows instance party. Bypass walking in the portal. Player use start battle button. What is this for? Oh, for the guildmaster. Oh my god. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this. Oh. Is this coming from the town menu? It's coming from instances manager. Okay, well, here's what we could do if we want to do this sloppily for right now. We could always access the battle panel through the UI. I guess let's start with that. Oh yeah, this is the kind of thing I was thinking of. I find this hilarious. And I'm pretty sure it's valid JavaScript. There's just a bunch of blank statements. All right, we move the battle panel. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, but then anything that accesses this needs to be accessed through a different spot too. And many things access it. All right, this is quite a shame. Quite a shame. Here's what we're going to do, and we're going to just ignore this for now, but this is really bad. We're going to set this in here, in ready, wherever we get the battle panel. We're going to put this here now. We then just don't do anything special afterward, and then just change. This is so bad. We just set this to be UI.battlepanel. Why does that not work? Oh, whoops. Like that. Because we just don't do that either way. We just like this. Get UI battle panel. There is no private set. It's just a get. Yeah, that's why we had the semicolon shortage of 2024. Some people are just being greedy over there. Why is this failing? Does it need the town? Oh, that's fine. Okay, lots of red here. Gonna need to fix that. Some of this is easy enough to fix, so we just need to import something. But that's only gonna get rid of some of the red. The rest of it still exists. So our main problem is that I committed a coding sin just there. Let's write that down. Battle panel is owned by UI, but exposed through town. It's really just poor encapsulation all around. Now, what about this stuff? There is no overlay visibility controller here anymore. And this is when you click a town hall. Maybe what we should do is have the overlay visibility controller directly connect to that. And then listen for clicks. Do we listen anywhere else for this sort of thing? No. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I think that'd be the smart way to do things. Where else do we have this? Menu. Yeah, I think that can be moved too. And just the town hall, that's it? 3 things? Doesn't seem so bad when you put it that way. Okay. Oh, wait, we already have it for the town hall? Wow, look at that. Well, then this just needs to go over there like we did for the other things. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, so town.unlock town hall. I don't know what that's trying to do. I just want it to be unlock town hall. And then we put this down here. It should just know what to type. Good. And then we do this. Town.townhall.onClicked. Hooray. All right, so we're down to what? 2 errors, and they're here. This is town menu. Town menu. We should have access to the town menu from the UI, but when does this get set up? The menu only, oh, the menu's right there. Interesting. Where does this get used? It's fine, fine, and fine, yeah. Well. Then we move you over to here. And, oh, it was public. Oh. Means it probably gets used outside of this class. Right, but why? Town.menu.clicked quest button and clicked hints button. This is inside the tavern just to change the camera? Display greeting box. Oh, it used to change the camera. It doesn't anymore. Sure. Okay, let's make the change. Yeah. Here, setup menu. All this stuff needs to be moved. Available buildings menu. That's going to change too. Oh boy. Setup menu. This is called from where? Ready. We are almost certainly going to hit some ordering problem that's not obvious. Yeah, at least we're getting there. Where else do we do town.menu? Oh, come on. There was the Explorer somewhere, right? Ah, there it is. It's just capitalized. Okay. Now we have a... No, we don't have anything else. So town is done with errors. There are no more. They're just errors in here. And these... excuse me, should be easy enough to fix. Why are we doing this from here? This doesn't make any sense. Also, available buildings menu, where's that? What are you doing? Nothing? Why is this here? The UI uses it. Town has access to it. This is a partial and otherwise does nothing. I don't know why this is even here. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because of this. Whoops. Okay. Town menu has it. Why doesn't the town menu just keep track of this then? Yeah. Why didn't we do that? Yeah. Why would that not be the case? Does it exist in a different part of the UI? Available buildings menu. Where's the town menu? There it is. Why are these two different things? I'm going to write a note to change this. Available buildings menu should be owned by the town menu. Should probably also be under it in the scene tree. We're so close to being able to actually run the game. So close. So many things we've done, and there's still some things left to be done. Available buildings menu. Okay, so this was only ever used by the town menu, which I've got to change over here now. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it. Why is this all over the place? All right, there we go. Imagine it's elsewhere so it doesn't expand that V-box. I think it'd be fine if we just put this here. Yeah, it doesn't expand the V-box, but yeah, we'll try that out in a bit. Oh, no, we got to write .NET format on this stuff. Run .NET format. All right, now what? Now we change that and that. These get node calls should be in ready. It's kind of silly. Move all of the get node calls to ready. All right, so what do we have? 3, 4 problems? That's it? All right, how do we fix these things? This could come from the town, but I don't think that's a good idea. These could go to the town. Does that make sense? We just have an on player ability level change thing in the town, and then it does this stuff. Reapply effects. Why is this needed at all, though? Where does this get called from? All of these. It has the town right there, though. Why do we do this? This does not make the sense. Hey, Kent. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. Unless this was called from somewhere else and I'm just not seeing it. Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3. 3 are fine. Is there a fourth? What is this? What is this? What is this indeed? Action. Player ability tree. Where's that get called from? Perks tree? No. Here? Modify ability level? Yeah. Yeah, it's all coming from here. Why don't we just do this automatically then? Don't we save off the player abilities anyway? Yes. Yes, we do. So why not just put these up there? Huh. I don't see a why not. So then let's do it. So whenever the player ability level changes, and that happens from here, player ability level, what's it called? Player ability change level. Yeah, this. So can we just do this stuff? Get this from town.player ability. This is what, a town? And then the ID needs to be ability ID. So this is only used now for one thing. And it's to... No, 2 things. Wait. Perks tree. Hold on a second. This is a player ability tree. What is... Something's amiss. Something's amiss. Where is this called from? Set button ability. This is just update the cost of the button. Why is this named this way? Yeah, we should name this to update skill button cost. That got placed really, really weirdly. Yeah. Gonna have to rebase and conflict fix this for my UIPR. Uh-oh. Oh man. Yeah, that might be a giant pain. If you want, I can take care of that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. I can do that. I think it's gonna be a giant pain either way. For what it's worth, this change is really going to help get rid of some code from town that wasn't needed. And in the process, I am cleaning up some of the paradigms we're using so that there's less coupling. Although only slightly less. The battle panel in particular is just messed up right now. Hey, M2, how are you doing? I only said that mentoring's not happening on Wednesday, but I did not share your news with people. But I don't even fully know what happened. I think a lot of things are moving. I'd also need to move anyway. And you're cleaning a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully it's not super tedious. And a lot of these things you could just access through the UI instead of through town. So yeah, maybe it won't be too bad. All right, this is the only thing I'm very confused by here. This is defined in player ability tree. Perks tree is a player ability tree. So we're listening for our own event so that we can update the cost of something. Just doesn't seem smart. Oh, because we have... Okay, I see. Why don't we just make this... This already is virtual. What? Yeah, what? What? Okay. All right. So we delete this. Yeah, nice. And then down here, we just call update skill button cost. And that should work. So now all of this can be deleted. And this is the only listener of player ability change level. Yes. And now why is this used? To update a character, assuming that it's exactly debug demo grant skill points. So now we don't need it for this stuff, I guess. Ugh. I don't like this at all. Yeah, we delete that. And this is the only place this entire event is used. Maybe we should just call this demo function only or something on it. I don't know. How big is the mentoring waiting list? So we have no confirmed mentees, just to be clear. M2 will probably be the first. But no one's confirmed. No one has a time. And I reached out to 2 other people on the weekend. I'm still waiting on one. And then it is, I want to say like 3 other people on the list. And that's the whole list. So M2's probably going to do mentoring. This one person I'm waiting on might do it. And then there are like 3 other people. Pain is subsiding, just more upset and can't use my left hand. How are you messaging this text? Are you using speech to text? Try to catch a board? Well, oh my god, I shouldn't have read that. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh man, it reminds me of that saying, a falling knife has no handle. I feel like a falling board cannot be caught. Using one hand to type very slowly. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you didn't do more damage, but it's quite bad. Oh God, I don't know why that visual is so distinct in my mind. I need to I need to get that out of my head. It didn't even happen to me. I feel bad I'm too. You plan on doing the same thing you did last time with the mentees? Well, so last time had two major differences from this time. It was they were series of like 9 sessions and they were free. And this time what I'm going to try to do is make them very, very small series, like 1 to 2 sessions, and have them be paid. And because they can be paid, they might be private, in which case you wouldn't even know that they're happening. Oh man, your 6-year-old saw it. Hope that doesn't scar them for life. I'm still, I'm still sort of hesitant about this stuff. For those who've been longtime watchers, you know I'm a little weird about taking people's money, and I don't push subscriptions. I don't have a Patreon or something. I don't. I turned off subscriptions when I stopped streaming, which a lot of people didn't even want me to do. Um, and with mentoring, it was free, and I spent well like 40 hours doing free mentoring, which might not sound like a lot. It might sound like, oh, that's one work week, right? But there's a lot of prep that went in that stuff. And anyway, um, these paid sessions are kind of a pilot program for me to see what is it like to just even charge for this stuff. So yeah, I want to see how that goes and how it feels. And I think it's going to feel weird. And I think the only way to make it not feel weird is to just do it enough times. Now, with that said, the other thing that's weird and new is YouTube Shorts. I want to spend some time every week making at least like one new short. The one that I did produce, hang on, let me pull this off screen in case this is private. The one I did produce is here, and it is almost at 1,000 views, but it's probably not going to make it there without me pushing this somehow. I made some mistakes. You can see the time is 1 minute 54 seconds. That was mistake number one. Mistake number two was the captions. I think I could have made them not seem as fast. So anyway, I'm not even going to link this in the chat. I don't think it's worth watching necessarily, but I think it's good that I've started on that process. So hopefully the next short is shorter, has better captions, is still interesting for people, and gets, let's say, like 2,000 views. I think that'd be great. Also don't want to be on camera or take up too much of your time. I think a lot of people would be interested in sharing their story or project, but don't want to go all the way. I'll write it down. Add to mentee list. I think it'd be kind of interesting to do like a show and tell session on stream. Let me move this to Tuesday. Okay, before I completely lose track of what I was doing here, let's try to finish this up. What is this? Modified available skill points doesn't exist. Is this in town? It is. And what does this do? Spent a skill point. And that's for the sake of the tip system? Interesting. Interesting. And then update available skill points. Don't use something like pre-commit? No, I think we probably should add it there. I think saying it's too slow for pre-commit hooks is not totally accurate. We used to run it on every single build. So I think it'd be okay if you just run it, you know, what, at most like 10 times per day. I mean, how many commits are we really making? Also, those could happen from a console or something too. So that you don't need to like hold the VS Code for that. Running on the whole project. Yeah, we were running on the whole project. We could just do it on modified files. It should be pretty fast for that. So like for this, it'd run on what, 10 files or something. We should probably look into that at some point. This problem still exists. The skill tree when you modify this. I don't know what I want to do about this. this used to be owned by town and now it isn't. We could like kind of hack our way through this a little bit, but I want to figure out what's the proper way of doing this. So all we listen for here, oh wait, no, we listen for more than that, don't we? No, we don't. All we do is these two things. We need to know, so we could re-emit this event from the UI, or we could expose the skill tree and access the event from the skill tree. I don't like the idea. Why is this? Should say hide. Oh, and now we don't even need the expression. Wow, look at that. What do I want to do? All of this is just for the adventurers and for the tip system. The town listens to it, so the town can pass it on to another UI, really. Yeah, that's it. So it's already repropagating this to the town menu and to the skill tree. That's a little bizarre. What do I want to do? This can only happen from the skill tree. I think let's just repropagate it. Yeah. I don't really like this idea. Formatting takes 180 seconds. What? It takes 3 minutes? Because what EasyLight is suggesting is you run a pre-commit hook on just the modified files. Like that should be pretty reasonable. And it's only modified code files, really. So how many times do you make a gigantic sweeping change? It's like, I don't know, kind of rare, right? So right now we've modified about 10 files maybe. So it'd run on 10 files. If your small code base is, let's say, 200 files, then it would take 1/20th of that time, which granted is still a decent amount. You're talking like 10 seconds or something, 20 seconds, depending on how many code files you have. But still, at least it's not 3 minutes. Yeah, I think we're going to re-expose this from here. I don't think I like this idea. Yeah, I don't think I like this. Why is that yellow? Unused. Okay, that's fine. Oh, this just needs to be an int. What is the int called here? The number of skill points? It's number of skill points spent. Is it not? Delta. Yeah, num points spent. No, wait, no. We should call it delta because it's negative sometimes. All right, so invoke this with. I'll eventually get this. There we go. All right, now the town listens for that because nothing's listening to it right now. Where should that happen? Here. So we need to listen to this from initializing the UI. Shouldn't this just say modified available skill points? Yeah, there. Also, maybe it's worth a look if you like opinionated formatters. Oh, I think Dark mentioned this, but yeah, we use C# here already. But maybe I missed a different message. Seems like it does nothing. Unity references lots of other internal projects. The way we did this for Botland was in the pre-commit hook, you have a way of getting each individual file. And then when you run .NET format or whatever equivalent there is for Unity, you can usually pass in just one file, like a -- include, and then that file. So you're really running it like 10 times, but on one file each time. All right, what is this? Menu does not exist from here. Yes, this be UI menu. That still not exist? No, it exists. Oh, I see. Easy light. Yeah. Dark is working on Skeleseller. All right, so the town tooltip doesn't exist anymore? That's weird. Or we're initializing this in the wrong order. Could be anything. Could be anything. Okay, well, I'm guessing this is set, so let's restart this. I really do want to get to the bottom of this and at least get this running. We do need .NET format for at least fixing some automatically fixable issues, but there are very few of those. Why? What's going on? What is going on here? Where's this coming from? Initializing money inside the town menu, which happens before the tooltip. Oh, okay, then that's easy. All right, all we need to do is put this up here. Which technically every node that we get should happen before that, right? Oh god, they're all intermingled. All right, we're not gonna do anything about that. Why is that failing? Oh, because the UI doesn't exist yet. But of course. I think we should look through all of those. Look through all UI dot calls in the town. And I'm gonna write with the period because that part's pretty important. Okay, is this working now? Almost. Signs? Signs doesn't exist. This is in a init for the town menu. Okay. Oh, we're getting there at least. Signs, set up signs. What do we do in this? We also initialize this. What does that mean? Initialize the signs. Does that take anything? No. So then let's just call this from up here. We need to do this before we set up the UI. Is it seriously working? Okay, can we click stuff? Yes. Does everything work? So far, so good. We'll need to test this from the very beginning, like test this through the tutorial. Buttons work correctly. We also need to see if things are getting saved. So like, let's say I put 2 points in this and save this and then load. Yeah, that's broken. Oh no. All right, so it doesn't think that, oh wait, no, maybe that's not broken. Oh, because I debug granted the points. You're not supposed to get points like that. You're supposed to get points by defeating a boss. So if I beat the boss, we should have our points. Yeah, we do. Okay, so now if I save and load. Okay, that's just a result of this debug thing. We probably should do something about that. But that's not really a bug because, well, I guess it is a bug, but it's not a bug that players can hit. So if we ignore that for now, let's build the town hall and let's put some points into this stuff. We'll put 1 point in shiny loot. It did not update the text. But if we save and load, what happens? It still doesn't update the text. What was responsible for that? Oh man, that's a real shame. Purchased skill button. Something updates the label here. Yeah, what's in charge of that? Skill button base. Update label. What is this? In init. I don't care about that one. Probably care about this one. Modify ability level. This updates it before before it's changed the level? No, what? What? We modify the level right there. Why does this not work? Use some sort of static analysis on the solution. Took me 6 to 10 minutes to format just one file. There's probably some way you can configure that. I feel like there has to be. Oh, this isn't even the right cost. Everything's broken about this. Why though? Level is ability level. What's the ability level set to? Should be, thinks it's 0. Oh, because this doesn't have the town probably, because it probably never got this. But then it would be a null reference. It's not null. Something is amiss. Maybe we're creating a new abilities component. Oh my god. Oh, I should have never moved this stuff. Do I do that? Or what? Yeah, there's a new one right there, but then what? Do we use that one? Oh my god. We load it here. That's not good. But that is one reason why this isn't good. There's another reason why this isn't good. And it's not even when you're loading, something else happens that's wrong. Do we ever set this to something else? No. Only in load. Make a new one of those. That happens before we call ready. Something else accesses this though. Everything accesses this. Does it even think there are abilities at all? If I, how do I search for this? Where's ability level? There it is, abilities component. Is anything in here? Nothing. This is bad. This is really bad. Where do we save the player abilities? Here it is, type 37. Is that, would I even click shiny loot? It is. Okay, so it does save correctly. So we're not loading it correctly, and we're not rendering it the first time around correctly. Man, there's a lot to figure out here. So I click this, calls update label. Before we even get to that, let's check town.player abilities. It should have already been modified. Yeah, shining loot is set to 1. So we call update label. And when the world's going wrong here? Ability level should be 1. It's apparently, it is 1. What? So that means this worked? Oh, got updated that time. Oh, because I had I get it. I had loaded the file. I just forgot that I did that. So here's what really happened. I opened the game and I messed around with the adventure abilities first. And while messing around with those, I hit save and load. That is what causes it to break for the town hall. So now when I build this, this will not update the label. Yes, okay, I know how to solve that. Good, good. Just need to remember what problem I'm actually trying to solve here. All right, so the reason that that's going wrong is because in loading from a save file, we restore player abilities here, but we've already initialized the UI. So we need to... I'm not actually sure how we're going to do this. Because the UI would have initialized the skill tree here. And there are player skill trees, which have skill buttons, which get the wrong abilities component. Where's that set? Purchase skill button? Yeah, this goes here. Where's this set? Init. Init is called from a skill table or a player ability tree. And where's this called from? Some other init, no doubt. Yeah, init. And then where's this called from? Also, why does it have two of these? I guess because it inherits from something. Town perks. Town perks. Yeah, this. And then where's this one called from? UI, right there. Okay. So is it safe to call this twice? We'll add multiple event handlers if we do that. Okay. Okay. Huh. How do we fix that? We just need to update the abilities component. I mean, I guess we could have a way of setting that. Or we could just have a load. Do we have a way of loading from those things? Does this have some concept of doing that? There's no load in here. Is there one in here? No. Is there one in here? No. Okay, so nothing has this concept of loading things. If we did, then we could set the player abilities correctly for every button. And then we wouldn't have an issue. This could be item potent. All right, well, I think that's what we have to do. Where I left off, there's a bug. I guess it's just like start game, save, load, build town hall, click any ability. It'll be broken because the abilities component that we save in the buttons will be wrong. This is because we load after initializing the UI, and loading changes the abilities component. Oh, wait a second. We could do this in a different way. Whoa, hold on. So what we could do is we could, instead of setting one thing equal to the other thing, we could just fill in all the data, and then we'd have the same references. We'd have different data. How would we do that? We need a load from other abilities component. Why is this? I don't care about that. Initialize, for instance, set all abilities. Well, that seems easy. Can we just do that? Hey, R-Cool, how you doing? So player abilities dot set all abilities, and then we take it from the save data. This probably won't totally work. How does this function work? Just sets the abilities equal to the other ones. I mean, technically that is all we need to do. I'm gonna try this, but I think this is somewhat dumb. But yeah, let's try it. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. Okay, so we do the same thing we did before, save and then load, and then build town hall. And as long as I can click a skill and it actually updates, yeah, nice. Well, that was it. And now when we save and load this, it should load correctly. Nope. Why? Oh, because we don't reinitialize the UI? Yeah. I fixed that by calling set all abilities. Okay, so I guess new bug. Which is load a saved game that has spent a perk. Hang on one second. Okay. Game art looks sick. I did not make it myself. It came from an asset pack at first, and then Quickie Joe has been doing all the artwork on top of that asset pack. So there's quite a lot of Quickie Joe art in the game now, and I think it's all really good. And we're gonna get even more soon. It's a loaded save game that has spent a perk in the town hall, and then open the town hall. The label won't be up to date. This is because we don't ever refresh, we don't ever update the labels of all of the skill points. We should probably have a load from save function somewhere. Oh yeah, I had to get going for lunch. It is currently 12:30 for me, and I've been online for 4 hours. If this seems unusual to you that I'm getting lunch at this time, it's because daylight saving time in the US just happened yesterday. So it'll feel like I'm going to lunch an hour early, or I guess half an hour early. But this is the time. So I'll be back after lunch. We're gonna fix this stuff up, and hopefully we get through all these issues that are happening, because the entire reason why we did any of this is so that we could get the perks working for the garbage slime. Oh, signs aren't even showing up. That, well, maybe they're... Hang on a second, let me try something here. Beat this battle. Save and then load. Okay, no, the sign isn't showing up there just because we haven't had an item go away. Let me test this super fast. Yeah, okay, I think it's fine. Yeah, and then need to test having everything saving, loading, and then making sure everything still works. Yeah, there's gonna be a time difference for a while. Yeah, people get used to it for the next week or two, and then after it changes again, they're gonna be like, Adam, you're an hour late. Such is life. Okay, I'm gonna get going. Thank you for watching so far. If you have not wish listed Skeleseller, please consider it. What happened there? Yeah. And I'll be back in probably about an hour. So it's not the end of the stream for the whole day, just for now. Change OBS scene. Yeah. Take care, everybody. See y'all later.